Well, speaking of which, this is addressing the media now.
Violence or acts of vandalism. Don't give them what they are looking for. Let's be peaceful. By 4:30 p.m., John Dramani Mahama will be declared as president. And by close of day, the new president-elect will address the nation. Latest, by the 7th of January, in the next 28 days, he will be sworn in as president. And when he is sworn in, the change you are looking for, the accountability you are looking for, the probity you are looking for, you are going to see it. We want you to live to see that. Only this afternoon, 2 of our supporters have been murdered in cold blood in Akomadan as a result of these excesses associated with the jubilation going on. We don't want to lose any NDC supporter again. We don't want that. John Mahama doesn't want that. The leadership of the NDC don't want that. We want you alive to see the new Ghana, the Ghana we all want, the Ghana that works, that John Dramani Mahama will be working with the entire nation to build and to benefit from the fruits thereof. As I've mentioned, in Tamale Central and Gushegu, we know that the people who attacked the NADMO offices there were not NDC people, they were MPP people, because they claimed that their parliamentary candidates hoarded food items which were supposed to be distributed to them before the election. And so when you do this as an NDC supporter, you give people the opportunity to heap all the blame on us, when in actual fact, in some places, not in all places, in some places, those doing that are MPP supporters. And finally, the reason why we must all heed this advice is that there are many MPP supporters who want to destroy evidence of their wrongdoings and their criminal conduct. Don't give them a smooth screen for them to do that. So there is no need attacking any government institution, vandalizing any public property, breaking anything. There is no need for that. You don't need rice at this stage. Victory is here. If you need rice, you call us, we'll give you rice. So don't attack any state institution. We love you and we want you to be safe. We want you to jubilate responsibly so that we can all see Akufo-Addo handing over the baton to John Mahama on the 7th of January 2025, something he's sworn never to do. We want you to see Chief Justice Gertrude Tokono administering the oath of office of president. We want you to see John Mahama at the Independence Square. We want you to see him begin the implementation of the 24-hour economy. to create jobs and opportunities for all and a select few. This is a new dawn. You need to live to see the Ghana that we all want, which John Dramani Mahama will be delivering. So please, we are begging you. For those of you who are at various regional collation centers, please, you need to be calm. Currently, in all those regional collation centers, our regional executives are there in their numbers. For those of you in Greater Accra, the regional secretary and other executives are there. And once results have been declared, the results cannot be changed at the regional collation center. If the declaration was legally made at the constituency collation center by the designated returning officer. So the Obuasi East constituency results as declared cannot change. Nobody can change it at the regional center. It will not happen. And what they are trying to do in Greater Accra will not happen. For the constituencies whose results have not yet been declared, like Okaikwe Central, because EC officials have tried without success to swap pink sheets. We are following it keenly. We are addressing the issue with the EC at the regional coalition office, and the right thing will be done. The same applies to Ablikumanov and the other constituencies. In Eastern region, our regional chairman and his executives are currently in the at the regional coalition about Akwetia, Fantiakwa North, Sawema Dwajuri are all being resolved. And we know that at the end of the day, the truth will prevail, and our parliamentary candidates declared as the duly elected members of parliament for those constituencies. As for Arno Dompre, who has shot one of our supporters in the thigh, he himself shooting, you don't worry. 7 January is not far. The day of accountability is coming. Don't take the laws into your own hands. We waited for 8 years for this. Don't do the things the MPP did, for which reason Ghanaians have rejected them. Let's all reflect the persona and character of our leader, John Dramani Mahama, and he will not let us down. Thank you very much. Now, I will do a very brief summary of this very important message in Twi. Now, to say the media can no potoka semuno. A crate the NDC for penny our general
Secretary of Communications for the NDC Summit, Jim Fee, urging supporters of the NDC to exercise restraint.
Welcome back to our continuous coverage of the 2024 General Elections here on GhanaWeb TV. This is Election Desk. My name is Echi Atisu. I'll bring you some of the updates that have happened since yesterday, Sunday, and what's been going on now. A number of places where there are contestations regarding some of the results from the parliamentary elections. We'll also take you to the Greater Accra Collation Center and show you pictures of what has been happening there. There's some chaos going on there, and some of the calls from the NDC for their members to be calm. Also across some parts of the country, there have been vandalization. Some youth have been going on a rampage, destroying a number of properties, going into some offices and also looting some of the things there. So that's what's been happening in the last few hours since we last came to you here on Election Desk. But once again, welcome. Let me give you the first update, which is what's happening at the Greater Accra Collation Center. Now, there's some chaos going on there where people are actually amassing up, both supporters of the NDC and the NPP. I'll read you a statement, first of all, from the Communications Office of the National Democratic Congress, Sammy Jemfi, because things are getting quite heated up there because of the results of the parliamentary elections that were held in Okankwe North. Let me read you what Sammy... No, this is actually signed by the General Secretary, actually, of the NDC, Fifi Fiavikwete, and his statement says, is dated 9th December 2024. The statement says the National Democratic Congress has noted with dismay the vandalism of state properties by some persons in certain parts of the country since yesterday, 8th December 2024. They say some of these acts of vandalism and looting of state properties are reported to have been carried out by disgruntled supporters of the New Patriotic Party who have the belief that their party parliamentary candidates hoarded state-procured food items, fertilizer, and other materials which were meant to be distributed before the December 7 elections as part of the NPP's voter inducement strategy. Also, some of these unfortunate incidents are reported to have been carried out by over-jubilant supporters of the NDC who have been carried away by the excitement of the party's resounding victory in the just-ended presidential and parliamentary elections. The statement goes on to say, the NDC hereby condemns in no uncertain terms these acts of lawlessness, whether carried out by NDC supporters or supporters of other parties. While we appreciate the legitimate frustration of the Ghanaian people against the Akufo-Addo Bawumia NPP regime, we wish to call on Ghanaians, especially the rank and file of the NDC, to exercise restraint and to go about their jubilations with a sense of responsibility. The statement goes ahead to say the NDC remains committed to upholding probity and accountability in government, and this we shall begin to do after assuming the reins of office on 7 January 2025 in accordance with the rule of law. The vandalism of state property, mob justice, and any form of lawlessness, lawless retribution have the potential to undermine the peace and stability of our dear nation, hence unacceptable. And it says such lawless acts constitute grievous offenses under the laws of Ghana and will not be countenanced by the Ghana Police Service. The NDC calls for calm among all its supporters across the 16 regions of Ghana. And then it says, comrades, a hard-fought and long-awaited victory has arrived. Let's celebrate this victory responsibly and trust the incoming NDC Mahama government to do the needful in accordance with the rule of law. The day of accountability is finally here. Our patience is very critical. at this stage. Now, this is signed by Fifi Fiavikwete. He is the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress. And the NDC, as we know it, is in pole position to take up the reins of power as the next government in this country, at least for the next 4 years, after results that are provisional from both the NDC and NPP show that the NDC has won overwhelmingly. And if you look at even the figures from Parliament, it's a really resounding one that people believe is unprecedented, is the first in this country's history because of the numbers, because as it stands now. But the EC, which is supposed to declare these results, is yet to actually let us know what the real numbers are. But at least we have updates that so far the Electoral Commission has received all the regions' collated results except for the Ashanti region results. So that's it. So far we have all the regions from Greater Accra to Eastern, to the Western North, Bono East, Northern, Upper East, Savannah. All the regions are in except for the Ashanti region. But like I told you earlier, there are a lot of incidences of violence going on around the country. Even though the elections have been quite peaceful, is the aftermath. And as we await the Electoral Commissioner, Madam Jean Mensah, to actually announce the final results of the presidential elections, people have been agitated. And as I read to you in that statement from the NDC's General Secretary, calm has been asked for. People have been asked to be calm. And like Fifi Kwete says, their victory is hard won, and that the celebration should also be done in moderation. So that's it. Let me just get you to a few other things that have been going on in the last few hours since we left. As you know, we're still waiting for the EC to declare. But the seats that have been announced, parliamentary seats, the NDC has won quite a number of seats across the country, and these are seats that the party has not won in many, many years, if not from the onset of the 1992 Fourth Republic. I'll bring you a list of some of those places where the NDC has won seats that hitherto they had never won, or for a very long time the NDC had not won those seats. And I'm just going to mention a number of them. I also take you to some of the big names that have lost their seats in this election. Some very, very big names there. There are constituencies like Asqua, where Katie Amon has been asked. There's a constituency like Donkwabinya, which had never been won by the NDC this time. So let me take you to that list right now. It's a few seats. There's Adansi Asqua, that's the seat of Katie Amon, the Minister for Trade and Industry, Minister of Trade and Industry there. There's Okaikwe South. That seat is also now in the hands of the NDC. There's Ablekuma West. That's the seat of the Minister of Communications and Digitalization, Esla Usuekufo, and she's lost that seat to a Reverend Minister there. There is also Ayawaso Central. Ayawaso Central is the seat of the Minister of the Interior, that is Henry Korte. That seat, as we speak now, has been declared for the NDC. There's also Botiano English Yamanfo. Botiano English Yamanfo as well. Sekendi as well, for the first time, has been secured by the NDC. Infanseman in the central region. Now, Infanseman is that seat where along the way the MP died, and his wife, who was a police officer, actually ran for the seat she won. She went to Parliament, but as we speak now, the seat has been taken away from her. So that's for Infanseman. And then there is Ayawaso West Wuogon, one of the most contentious seats in this election, where Actakrum politician John Dumelo has been able to unseat the MPP for the first time. And as you would know, John Dumelo ran for this seat in 2020, had a close call to winning it, but eventually did not win it because, well, he was beaten to it eventually. So that's for Ayaosu West Ogon. John Dumelo has won the seat for the very first time. And then there's Dom Kwabinya for the very, very first time. In fact, Dom Kwabinya is one of those seats in the Greater Accra region where you would consider the NDC's stronghold. It's been the same from 1992 till now. But Akurugu has been able to actually unseat the candidate of the MPP, that's Mike Okwe Jr. So Mike Okwe Jr. has also been unseated in Dom Kwabinya. These are major big falls for the MPP, but for the NDC, they are gains. Let's take a video from the Electoral Commission addressing the country earlier this morning.
And the citizens as a whole, that the Commission, as of now, has received 13 out of the 16 regional results. And for that matter, the returning officer for the presidential elections and the Commission will be declaring the results for the presidential elections at 4:30 p.m. So the declaration of the presidential election results will be done by the returning officer at 4:30 p.m. And as you can attest, we have at the National Collation Center the 13 regions there. You can actually see for yourself. What the Commission is urging the general public to do is that we are only entertaining people who have accreditation to the National Collation Center. If you don't have accreditation to the National Collation Center, please don't come to the National Collation Center. We also urge those who are not having accreditation to be at their homes and watch the declaration of the presidential election results by the returning officer. There is no need for supporters of political parties to besiege the National Collation Center. This is illegal and is unwarranted. The National Collation Center should be visited by only people with accreditation. All others can watch live the declaration of the results at 4:30 p.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. No question. 3, 2, 1.
He plans to declare the elections eventually when, now that we have a number of the constituency results in at the National Collation Center. Now the Electoral Commission says it would announce the results at 4:30 p.m. And to ensure some orderliness, the Commission says it is only allowing people with accreditation at the National Collation Center. No one without an accreditation will be allowed in there. People who want to follow the announcements can do so remotely from their TV sets or their radio sets. Just make sure that if you are going to the National Collation Center, you have the proper accreditation to be there. Well, I'm joined by my co-presenter, Patricia.
Hi.
How have
We're
you
back.
been? We're back.
Yes.
Yes, so we've been away since yesterday, But a lot has been happening from that time that we left till now. We've been waiting on the EC to declare chaos, vandalism. What do you make of all of these things? What have you heard? I've not heard everything. What have you heard?
And what you've heard is what I've also heard. It's unfortunate, actually. It's unfortunate that we have to record some casualties. Today, according to the communications director for the NDC, Sami Jemfi, he mentioned that 2 people were killed in cold blood at
which is something we are trying to confirm.
Yeah.
We can't confirm yet, at least, but it came directly from him.
Yes,
so.
and it's so unfortunate. At least I don't know why people will put themselves in that situation. We're waiting for EC to declare, and then you go out vandalizing, assaulting each other, killing each other, brandishing guns, and all that. It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate.
And there again, at least there's a statement from the NDC. I have not seen a statement from the NPP yet, but at least I want to believe that what happened with the concession speech from Dr. Baumia, he actually mentioned in there that one of the reasons he was doing that at that time was to ensure that some of these things we're experiencing do not happen. So maybe that could make up for it, because he has already asked people to become, even he has pledged his own support for the process of transition and how he respects the people. He describes the victory of the NDC flag bearer as decisive. So I don't know why.
He also calling, Samir Jemfi also did, NDC also did the same thing, telling people to remain calm. You can celebrate, but make sure you do so wisely without having to destroy properties and all that. Talk of the EC, they are actually trending on X.
Okay.
Yes, let me take some. One said, shocking, John Mahama can go for another 8 years, Sadiq Adams reviews. Okay. So Captain Smart called Katie Hammond on phone to mock him on live television.
Yes, I saw that video. Well, a very interesting video there.
See, I know they like Baumia, but he conceding victory has saved the nation from chaos, because 2 days after elections and collation is not yet done. Charlie? We're moving on. Interesting. But the EC has already said that they'll be declaring the results by 4:30. We hope they stick to their word.
Yeah,
yes.
Hopefully.
Yes.
But at least there are 15 regions now. From our reporter who is there, George is there, and he says 15 of those results have come through. The only outstanding is from the Ashanti region. So hopefully, I mean, and we're within time. It's just some few minutes to 3 p.m.
Yeah.
So hopefully in an hour and a half time, or an hour 30 minutes, the EC should be able to put together everything, and then we can hear from the returning officer herself, Madam Jean Mensah, announcing that. Anyway, while we get you some other details, let me take you back to the list of constituencies where the NDC has won seats in, and this is for the first time in a very long time. I mentioned Dom Kwabenya, where
NDC has won for the first time. Yeah, but it is alleged that the MPP candidate is refusing to accept it.
Well, he's actually one of the people at the Greater Accra Collation Center, but I don't know why he would be asking for that. We've seen the numbers. It's overwhelming. The difference between the NDCs and the MPPs is not like some close call for him to be. So I'm wondering.
He feels he's been cheated. Like the process was not transparent. So he's calling for a recount where he can be there to see everything. But some days are just like that. Some days things do not go your way. But it's his first time and accepting defeat is becoming something difficult for him.
And you know, Dominic Kwabenya is that place where they'll tell you that even if you brought a goat,
they'll still vote for him.
Wearing an MPP color, they will vote for the person. What is it? The dislike for Michael Quay? And remember that his father was MP of that place.
Particular place, yeah.
His father was MP before he became Speaker of Parliament. Now he goes in. You know, he had a very good win over the current MP Sarah Joseph
Yeah.
in their primaries. What happened? I don't know personally. What is it? Because people don't like him? Did he not work hard enough?
I doubt if it has to do with likeness. Maybe I like this candidate, I do not like this candidate. Ghanaians, I heard, are generally fed up with the party. Others are frustrated. I always liken it to the frustration that people exhibited during Mahama's time. You know, a lot of doom saw and all that. People were frustrated. Others lost their businesses. Businesses also collapsed. That same frustration is what I compared to now, looking at, as people say, economic hardship, high cost of living, and other things. It's the same kind of, they just want the system to change. And have you realized that in Ghana's electoral system, if whoever comes into power and like stays for, does 2 terms, the second term mostly goes against them. Ghanaians get tired of you after 8 years. They want to change. And I believe it's the same thing that has happened in this particular elections. Ghanaians are tired. They want change. So the change could be anybody.
So that's where Okwe actually.
So the change actually affected even the parliamentary candidate. You know, Adjoa Safo, the last 4 years, she wasn't available. There were a lot of things going on, but she was never available. And people saw her on social media having fun, dancing, and other things. That infuriated them. So the anger was shifted to, I stand to be corrected, it's just...
Well, I mean, that's the truth, because...
The anger was shifted to Michael Quay. And NDC too has been in the system for a while. They go back and forth, but unfortunately, they're never recognized. People of Dome Kwabenya want change. They want to try the NDC for the first time. And I believe it's the same across the MPP strongholds across the country who have decided to vote the NDC.
Now, the numbers from Dom Kwabenya, these are the numbers. So it's Faustina Elikplim Akurugu of the NDC, and then Michael Quay Jr. Michael Quay is actually the CEO of the Ghana Free Zones Authority. He garnered 50,477 votes, as against Akurugu's 51,634. Now this is well over 1,000.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering what. Well, I don't know, but well, it's been declared. It was declared at the constituency level, like we do for all the other constituencies. But let me take you back to our list. There's also the places where the NDC has been able to win the elections, and those seats were actually held by, or actually are held by the MPP, but as of next year, January 7, they will move into the hands of the NDC because of these elections. There is also Doma East. There's Doma East. Then Hohwe.
You know, the voter region has always been the stronghold of the NDC. And then Peter Mewu came in. He's also on Ever. And then Okba, he went
on the ticket
of the NPP. He won. But this time around, NDC has taken over the whole of the voter region back again.
Exactly. And I don't know whether to blame the wind that has blown across the country, the wind of change on this loss, or to blame John Peter Amewu himself. Was it that he didn't work hard enough? Because what did he do differently to come in 2020 in a place that was never, it's just like in the Ashanti region, there are certain seats. So Hohwe was a big one
for
him. So in the last 4 years, what is it that he didn't work hard enough? I hear he only built them an astroturf. People say
on social media,
he can carry it along as it's leaving. You see, these are the kind of things we are hearing. But I'm just trying to play into the mind of what could be the reason for the people there to want to vote him out.
Ghanaians are angry.
So the anger is everywhere.
Yeah, I think so.
So no one is going to be. Then this anger is serious. Because everywhere is green. Everywhere is green.
Yeah. I'm not sure it has ever happened like that before.
Oh no, at least not in this Fourth Republic. It's never happened.
Because when you go on social media and then you listen to certain arguments on the street, you could hear Ghanaians like pour out their frustrations. They're complaining about everything, from fuel to transportation to food to the dollar to everything. They are complaining about everything. So it's just the frustration. They have voted. Some also believe that this time around the MPP supporters did not vote. If they had voted, we wouldn't have had the nation going green. It would have been like half green, half
you
blue.
mentioned anger, and I just chanced on a tweet. This is from @Lexis. He says everybody was taking small slices of the national cake. Only you came and you took the whole national cake away. And like that wasn't enough, you took the whole flour, bread knife, and tablecloth away. This seems to have reflected in the arguments that people were just angry.
People were angry, yeah.
Just
People were
angry across.
Yeah.
Let me give you some other areas. Now, Sin Central is held by Kennedy in Japan. And Kennedy decides that he's not going to run this time. Along the way, his brother was contesting to become the parliamentary candidate, but didn't win. Then somebody wins and goes into the elections and loses it.
Yeah.
This is a seat that is always held by the NPP.
Yeah.
Asin, so the whole Asin area now is even gone back to
The NDC
now.
yeah.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Okaikwe South as well is in the hands of the NDC. There's Tema West, another place.
Before you go to Tema West, let me read something. There's also a tweet. And the person saying, this is for the pensioners that lost their lives, their life savings. This is for those that lost part of their investment. This is for the protesters that were illegally arrested. This is for every Ghanaian who has been struggling. And then the concept of extreme partisanship is so absurd. Okay, let me go back. It's so absurd to me. Your loyalty isn't to your country, your well-being, etc., but to a political party, no matter the cost, even if they are killing you. I really pray for that our generation raise children whose allegiance is first to their country.
Well, anyway, let's go to the National Collation Center now. Our man George AC is there. George will bring us updates. George, take it away.
Actually, 2024. Today is the day that the Electoral Commission will announce the final result, presidential result. Of course, this is coming after some 24 hours after Dr. Mahama Bawumia, the presidential candidate of the ruling New Patriotic Party, conceded defeat to former President John Dramani Mahama, presidential candidate of the National Democratic Congress, on the basis of results collated by his party. And so we are waiting for 4:30 p.m. when the commissioner will come and announce the results. Behind me, you can see the setup by the commission. I see name tags such as
We're having a challenge with connecting with George AEC, but when we stabilize the connection, we'll get back to him at the National Collation Center to bring us all the updates, what's happening there. As we know, 4:30 p.m., the Electoral Commissioner, Jean Mensah, as the returning officer of the elections, will announce the results. So let's go back to George now, as our connection is back now. To the NDC. Tema West was where we left off. There's Ewutu Senya East. That's the constituency of the Minister of Fisheries and Aquaculture Development, Mavis Howard Kumsin. Very notorious constituency. Every time there is something related to elections, we'll hear gunshots, something. And I hear somebody was actually shot there.
Yesterday, yeah.
So that's the seat. It's now in the hands of the NDC. Secondly is Andrew Ijapameza. And before we came on air, Ijapameza said, I read somewhere, he says, well, he's going back to his practice in law. It's like, it's not to say he has nothing to do. He's leaving Parliament, doesn't mean he won't have anything. NDC now, Kwesi Mintim, that's another place as well. Isikado Ketan, which was being contested by Charles Bisu. But that seat has been taken over by the NDC. There's also Takwa in Swayem. That's where Duka, Meriku Duka is the current MP. He's also been defeated at Takwa and Swayem. NDC has a seat now. Sunyani East. There's Doma East, Doma West, Esutifi. In Sawam Edwejiri, is the seat of the current whip of the MPP in Parliament. That's Anodonpre, Frank Anodonpre. He's lost that seat. Very sad. Oh, it's not sad.
Of course.
Is it sad? It's quite sad.
No, it's not sad. It's not sad. It's just life. That's how I see it. It's life. You cannot always have it the way you want. It gets to a point, things change. Change happens. So there's nothing you can do about it. So me personally, I see it as a change. A time will come, it will go to the left. A time will come, it will go to the right. A time will come, things will work for you. A time will come, things will not work for you. But still, that doesn't change who you are. So
also,
it's normal.
He's out of
Ekufuado, after he's been contesting. He finally won. He's been in power for 8 years. It's time for him to move for another person to also come.
Mahama will be former president.
Yes.
And he'll be in his house somewhere.
Yeah.
And people will go and visit him. Very interesting. Well, there's always a time for everything. Well, Equiapim South is also now an NDC seat. Lower West Akim, I mentioned at the Adansia Square, KT Hammond, Ijapameza, Farouk Mahama. All these guys.
Yendi, Farouk.
Yes, Yendi as well. Yendi now for the... And it's interesting because Yendi is one of those seats in the northern parts of the country where it's predominantly an MPP seat. And this is the son of the former vice president.
Yeah.
Out of his hands. So...
Henry Korti.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also central. There's a Hafo Ano Southeast. There's Obwasi East. There's Nandong. There's Sisala, Lambuisi, Bindure. Look, all these seats are now in the hands of the NDC. Now, I wonder what actually the NPP did wrong. And I'm going to bring you just a few of the things, because going into the elections, many people spoke about what would be their deciders for why they would go and vote, and what would be the deciders for them. Well, why would they go and vote? What was it that was happening? Why would you vote for this candidate or not? There were a number of things. Top of them was the taxes issue.
Yeah.
The e-levy, the famous e-levy, which the NDC has promised to actually cancel. E-levy is there. There's also the betting tax. When this betting tax thing came, we spoke to some young guys who have been betting. I went to Domain, and these guys had these businesses they had set up, barbering shops. And they told me that they got the money to do those things from their betting. But there were no jobs, so they were able to. So these guys were really angry. They couldn't understand why the government or the government has not even created jobs for them. Now they said they have created many jobs. They said they didn't have any of those jobs. So what they would do,
They had to resort to
of course,
betting.
it was working for them.
Yeah.
So for you to now come and tax it, and even though there was an uproar, the government still went ahead and started taxing these young people on their earnings, their small earnings.
Yesterday, if you watched when one of our reporters went to the NDC headquarters, interacting with some of the people, one guy was like, Mahama promised that he was going to work on this betting tax. He was going to scrap it for them, and that's what they are hoping and believing.
Yes.
So I'm wondering, should he come into power? I'll ask the same question again. Okay, let's just discuss it. Should he come to power, what do you think will be the first thing he will want to work on?
Well, I think
Is it the e-levy, getting rid of the e-levy, or COVID tax, or the betting tax?
well,
But because we need the taxes. The country needs the taxes.
but the point again about the taxes is that was it serving any major purpose? There's so many taxes. Now you mentioned e-levy. Many people believe that the e-levy has outlived its relevance. So scrap it, because
Just as the COVID levy.
even Dr. Mahmoud Bamia said he was going to scrap it.
And people argued with him that why don't you do it now?
Why not do it now?
before?
So that's part of the thing. There were certain taxes, certain levies. People just feel they've outlived their relevance. So why still take money from us? Why still take money from us? So, and let me take you to the policies that John Mahama actually wants to work on, because you're asking about what he would focus on.
Yeah.
Now, there's a document from the former president and now president-elect's office. It's a document that's titled Mahama's First 120 Days Social Contract with the People of Ghana. And among the things John Mahama wants to handle, they would include, let me just go through the document for you. The first one, he says, nominate within the first 14 days the complete list of cabinet ministers for parliamentary approval. 14 days. That's to say that from January 7, when he takes office in 2025, 14 days after that, that means that by the 21st of January 2021, we should have a full list of all cabinet members sent to Parliament so that the process of approvals can begin. That's quite impressive.
Yeah.
It will be a first to have all cabinet members already appointed around such a time, 14 days. Let's see how that goes out.
Yeah.
The second is that he says constitute the leanest and most efficient government under the Fourth Republic in its first 90 days.
We'll live to see.
Well, he says he's going to have a lean government. He's mentioned that our ministries go 50 and over. I mean, nothing like 100 ministries any longer, or even 80 or 70. So that's it.
Because the previous government had deputy and assistant deputy.
As for this government, they are masters of bloated ministries. I mean, there are so many ministries, there are so many appointees, so many. When it felt like they were even taking people off, there were new branches of them, and So it was still very high all the time. So that one, they are masters of that. I mean, Akufo-Addo is a master of that
Still creating jobs for Ghanaians
because of
with
creating
their
ministries.
appointments. Yeah.
Well, anyway, let's see. Let's see how John Mahama works with the leaner government. And number 3 on his list is establish a robust code of conduct and standards for all government officials. Okay, so every government official is going to have that. It's a tall list. It's 120. I mean, like first 120 days.
Just 120 days, yeah.
Yeah, and then the fourth
Hold
thing he has there.
national economic dialogue to discuss the true state of the economy and prepare a homegrown fiscal consolidation program to guide the budget.
Very, very detailed there. It says, within my first 90 days in office, I'll scrap the following draconian taxes. Now, that's to your question. He describes them as draconian taxes to alleviate hardships and ease the high cost of doing business. This is the list. Almighty e-levy. COVID levy, 10% levy on bet winnings, that's a betting tax, and then emissions levy. So these are the, at least 1, 2, 3.
Within that 90 days,
4.
they are the ones troubling Ghanaians. So he will ensure that all of these are taken off.
But I hope he's able to do, 90 days, because this will go to Parliament. Parliament will be in session by then. So he should be able to go through. And with the overwhelming majority we are going to see, I mean, this should be easy for the president to do.
Someone passed a comment that if the MPP MPs decide not to even go to Parliament, government business will still go on because they are in the minority.
So this is why and how it will work. Because Parliament needs 2/3 of the entire population, I mean the entire House, 2/3. Now 2/3 will be something around 180 plus seats. And if everything we are seeing, and if eventually the coalition is done, and we know the numbers, if the NDC has more than 180 seats,
on the sixth of what he's going to do, he's saying that within my first 90 days in office, I'll review taxes and levies on vehicles and equipment imported into the country for industrial and agricultural purposes. Number 7 says you commence drafting needed legal amendments and prepare for implementing the 24-hour economy policy under the office of the president. This 24-hour economy, a lot of people are talking about it. They are waiting to see how it goes, how feasible that will be.
Well, the 24-hour economy. The 24-hour economy.
Yes.
Well, that's it. But you see, like I was explaining, you need a 2/3 of Parliament. Now, if you have over 180 seats, maybe 185, there are 276 seats in Parliament. 185 thereabouts will be more than 2/3 or 2/3. It will mean that if only the NDC MPs decided to go to Parliament, they could conduct business.
Yeah.
They wouldn't even need the MP. That's what's going to make the 8th and 9th parliaments are very unique.
Yeah.
This current government, this current parliament is unique because it's the first current parliament we've had with a sitting speaker of parliament, not from the majority side,
but being from the minority.
Then we're going into the 9th parliament where there is an extremely overwhelming majority. Somebody says then we'll have a minor minority because
yeah, it has been trending actually on social media. You know, the Efutu MP. Now I can't describe him as majority or minority MP. You know, he came out arguing, call me this, call me that. And in this situation, is he still going to be a leader in Parliament? Will his people elect him to keep him as a leader? And this time around, the same thing you're running away from. It's now embracing you.
It's just like a nickname. You see, your nickname, when you are called something, you begin fighting it. I don't want to be called.
It stays. Yeah.
Well, let's see. Hopefully, back then will still be Speaker of Parliament.
That's if
a real showdown in Parliament will happen. Because even though a lot of his people have lost their seats. He's going back to Parliament.
Yeah.
He won his seat. So we'll see how that goes for him. Very interesting. Mahama also wants to, in the first 120 days, establish an accelerated export development council to promote exports as part of a broader strategy for economic transformation. He also wants to convene a national consultative conference on education to build consensus on needed improvements to the sector. And number 10 on that list is John Mahama wants to implement the no academic fee policy for all first-year students in public tertiary institutions, that's universities, colleges of education, nursing training institutions, among others. And this is one of the things that has excited many young people, at least those who are yet to go to universities, because for the former president,
the no academic fee.
Yes, the no academic fee. So when you're entering university or any tertiary institution now, you don't pay anything. I mean, no admission fee. And for many people, they're excited about that.
Yeah, you just concentrate on your fees, your school fees.
At least this is a decent, free education for them. It means that instead of worrying about
First-year students.
your academic fees, which sometimes can be quite high, I mean, you rather just focus on getting your tuition and things than get your food, get in and study. Make sure you go make good grades. So this is one of the things that people are actually looking forward to.
So he's going to introduce the following social interventions: free tertiary education for persons with disabilities, the Ghana Medical Care Trust, that's the Mahama Care.
Yeah, the popular Mahama Cares.
Yeah. Let's see how that goes.
He also wants
All
to
within the
commence-
120 days.
Yes, all within the 120 days. So you'll be doing all these things, hopefully simultaneously. That's what I want to believe. He'll commence also the distribution of free sanitary pads to female students in primary and secondary schools. Now, this will not be the first time. This is not a first-time thing, because under John Mahama's time, there was something like this. There was an initiative to actually share sanitary pads to females in schools, especially in places that were hard to reach or very impoverished areas. So this is what he wants to do. And this is quite impressive because currently there are taxes,
Yes, on the sanitary pads.
and which people have spoken about for so long.
Because it's just something you use and discard. And
I don't know why businesses can even get-
people who are unable to afford attempted to use toilet rolls. Some even use cloth.
And we sit down as
Others
a,
with
as a country,
cotton.
look, we sit down as a country, allow things like this. I really don't understand it.
Because sanitary pads, like, they should be one of the cheapest.
Should it be costly? Why should
It
you even
shouldn't.
tax it? And I don't know what the policies are, but why don't we have a lot of local companies producing sanitary pads?
Instead
Because
of importing.
the greater part of sanitary pads are imported. And those are the ones that come with taxes.
Yeah.
Now, of no fault of women, they would have to use sanitary pads every month. Young people, people in places like I mentioned, hard to reach areas, poor people. Now you
Others will have
expect
to
that-
miss school
Yes.
because of that.
Because it comes with all these
when it
things.
comes when it's time for the when it's time for the month, there are days some girls will go through lots of pain. That pain alone, you can't even go back. You can't go to school.
and then you're
You become
compounding it.
Yes. And now it's so expensive.
Yeah, very expensive.
It's
like
very
everything
expensive.
else.
Yes,
like
everything.
everything else.
So we just have to, I don't know, if that's what he intends to do, it's going to be very good. It's
It'll be an
a welcome
impressive
call.
thing.
Yeah.
Well, and he says he wants to institute inquiries and or forensic audits into the following matters of public interest. The first one is the collapse of indigenous Ghanaian banks and financial institutions at a sub-billion Ghana cedis. That's the first one.
Yeah.
Collapse of banks. The Unibanks, the Beige banks, the
Yeah.
Capital banks,
Yeah. UT Bank.
UT Bank, all these
GM
banks. He
Bank.
says he wants to institute an inquiry and or forensic audit into those public banks that were collapsed.
Yeah.
So we're going to see a very...
Because it was alleged that with the 25 billion Ghana cedis that was used to dissolve all of these banks, they did. I think they said they needed only 4 million of that.
The question again is, what was so bad, what was so damning about these local banks?
We wait to see how the outcome of the forensic audit into all of these. Right now, we might only speculate. We might just speculate.
But this will be a very
I think
busy...
this, I think that. But
yeah.
if they really get to the bottom of this, we'll understand why
well, it will
this
start
government
from
had
here.
to take
We'll start
that
an
decision.
inquiry. So
Yes.
I'm sure it will take a while. It won't be completed within the first 120.
It's going to be restored or what?
Well, Mahama said if the investigations go through and they realize that those banks were not so much at fault and there's a way to bring them back, why not? I believe even Dr. Indum wants to run his bank again. So if there's the opportunity, I'm sure they will jump for it. Look,
Okay.
a bank like Unibank was doing so well. So when all this happened, you ask yourself, GT Bank was doing so well, and then all this happens. You see, I have a personal worry. These banks may have been doing all these things. We didn't even realize them. But there have been a lot of things that have happened even within the period of the last 4 years or 8 years that everybody has experienced, has affected them. They were rots, but we didn't even see any action on them. The ones that were in the public and we knew were going wrong were not dealt with. But the ones that on the side, the Bank of Ghana realized these people were not doing well. Those were the ones that, and they collapsed all those banks. I'm sure many of these banks will be interested. I'm sure some of these people formed the anger that went around the country. The second one
Because
is,
they lost their jobs.
yes, of course.
Others now had to resort to using Uber and Bolt, the cars that they had.
Well, people say the people even died out of
Some
of
people,
these
yeah.
things. Illegal printing of money. Mahama says you institute inquiry, and then the $58 million National Cathedral scandal.
National Cathedral.
They call it what? The what?
The most expensive hole in the world.
Okay, so that's what it is called. The government says the hole is not just a hole, it's meant for something else. So that National Cathedral matter is going to also be on the plate. Illegal and inflated single source contracts. There's several of those as well that John Mahama will be looking at. He's also going to look at the COVID-19 expenditure scandal. There's a PDS, he's going to look at that. Ijapa deal, he's going to look at that. SML, he's going to look at that. Ambulance spare parts deal, another one. And then the 13th African Games. Well, that as well. SkyTrain. We never got the SkyTrain. I was really looking forward to it. Accra getting a SkyTrain. I was really looking forward to it. The Palugu Dam that is been touted as perhaps one of the biggest projects of the northern parts of the country.
You know, Baumia was asked that question. What would you say is one of your greatest achievements in the northern region? And then he said the Palugu Dam, yeah.
Yeah. So that's it. A Palugu Dam, which, I mean, what we see? Mat sets. A lot of these. Galamsey fraud.
Missing excavators.
Can you imagine? And tricycles. Sputnik V during the COVID.
Yeah.
That's Sputnik V matter. Bust scandal. And others. I mean, others even like the catapult. There's a catapult with a CEO in Accra with a container on a land somewhere around Keta.
So what's the CEO doing?
Well, he's a CEO. He takes salary every month. He draws salary.
For doing what? He's
the CEO of Tema Shipyard. He's also the CEO of the catapult. He's drawing money.
Let's see.
Do you want that job?
No, please.
You don't want it. Or you could be the CEO of catapult.
Do what?
Well, maybe you could start a construction of...
I'll just have the title written all over my forehead. Hey, I'm the CEO of the CEO. And do what?
Okay, but take us through the rest of these.
So, institute a government policy banning political state assets.
Yeah.
You know, this
will be good,
Senate scandal. Yeah.
This will be good. Look, and I think that one of the reasons people voted voting out, whichever, is that there have been many stories of government appointees indulged or engaged in the buying of
state assets,
state properties. This will be good for the country. This tied into declaring of assets will be very good. Why do you have to buy state properties, especially if they are not up for sale? We have so many of them. So many of them. Why does it have to be a thing for you to be interested in only state properties? Why can't
So at the
you
end
go
of the
buy
day,
your own
when
thing?
you're out of, your government is no longer in power, you still have other things.
Why? Are we here to serve?
I doubt. We're not serving.
Well,
We're
anyway,
rather,
this
we're rather
will be
lording
good.
over,
Yeah.
we're rather lording over people. So.
This will be good. A policy that will ban political appointees from purchasing state assets.
This Women's Development Bank, as some of the flag bearers have mentioned it, like everybody wants to.
I don't think the MPP has mentioned a women.
They mentioned something like that, and then Alan Tremontaine also mentioned the same thing.
Okay.
Women Development Bank.
But Alan,
the bank for the women.
But John wants to. Yes, it's clear. They've mentioned it several times. It's one of their policies that was really trumpeted during this campaign season. He says he's going to allocate seed money to it within the first 120 days. That's a lot that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Will he be able to achieve them?
We'll live to see.
Because it's a lot. Well, anyway, he won't do everything on his own. I mean, he will just make sure that things are working. He's also going to launch the following priority job creation program.
But actually, before you continue, do you know that sometimes I want to believe that they put up all of these, like when I come into power, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that. This is when you're not in power, but immediately they come into power, the reality is different. So you realize
but
that.
it won't be the case with John Mahama. At least, I'm not speaking for him, but at least from what we know, John Mahama has been president before. In fact, he was vice president before he became president. Now he's returning. There's hardly anything that's around the presidency. Maybe the only thing that would slow things down is the books. When they come and they look at the books now and they see that things are not, maybe investment or allocations into some of these things might be delayed or slowed or truncated in a way. That's the only thing. But I don't think he will get such a huge shock when he comes into and says that, oh, this is not going to happen. No. I don't think that will happen. I don't think that will happen because John Mahama has been there. He's been president.
Yeah.
He's been vice president. So for him, it would just be maybe get used to the books and things like that. So that shouldn't be much of a problem. And he's also talking about launching the following priority job creation programs.
The Ejumera program.
Yes, the Ejumera program.
The National Apprenticeship program.
Yes. And then 1 million coders program.
Which one is the 1 million coders program?
I don't know. Maybe he wants to.
Mauli is joining us in studio very soon, so he will explain what the 1 million coders program is.
What's the? Maybe he wants to give people the opportunity to learn coding. I want to believe so.
Okay.
Maybe 1 million young people learning to code possibly will be the one. So, well, let's see. 1 million coders. 1 million coders, right? That's a lot. It's giving 1 million people jobs, as it were. Well, let's see.
So as I said, sometimes they'll promise all of these things, but when they come into power, then the reality changes. Not that changes, but when they are faced with reality, you realize that some of these things will not be achieved. But anyway, as you said, let's wait to see. Let's wait and see what.
John Mahama also wants
John
to
Mahama
commence the review of the Customs Amendment Act 2020 to scrap the law banning the importation of salvage vehicles to rescue the local automotive industry at Swame Magazine, Kokompe, Abose Okai, among others. So this means that he wants to be able to encourage the local industry for automotives. So the automotive industry at Swame Magazine, Kokompe, Abose Okai. So he's going to scrap to do a lot.
Yeah.
This is bold, very bold. Let's see how it goes
within
to
this
allow,
120 days.
Then Abose Okai people can stop crying about taxes or levies or import duties that they have to pay.
Import duties are high now.
Yeah, everything.
Yeah.
Like I tell you, everything is high.
Okay, so we've just been joined in studio by Mauli. Mauli is our colleague. He's been at the Collation Center. Mauli Aholomega.
Mauli Aholumega. Heavy name. So let me just go through a few of the other things, and then we'll bring in Mauli to us also join the conversation. Lay before Parliament a new bill to streamline government scholarship administration, prohibit political appointees from accessing government scholarships, and eliminate political patronage, cronyism, nepotism, and corruption in awarding government scholarships.
Yeah.
It says you also ban illegal and new mining activities in forest reserves, roll out our Tree for Life and Blue Water initiative to heal and sustainably harness the environment by turning areas and water bodies degraded by illegal mining into economic and ecological recovery hubs.
Okay, so actually before you continue, hi Mauli.
Hi, Patricia. How are you?
You've been away for 2 days.
Yes.
Yes.
We are actually on the third day, actually.
Yeah.
It's been a very tiring one as well, but the job is the job for God and country.
What's actually delaying Easy? Because you have been with them from the beginning,
Yes.
the first day. Can you
Yes, so
help us understand what's happening?
So the delay has got to do with most of the results coming through the regional collation center. You know, the EC before this 2024 elections, they indicated that although by the close of polls and the last vote is counted at the polling station center, once those are tabulated, signed, the pink sheets, all of that signed by both all the agents there present, the party agents, they will now move the results to the regional collation, one presidential result for the Afro region. So I think the delay has got to do with the transmitting of the results from the regional collation center through to the national collation center.
What could be the challenge? I don't know if you have an idea.
I mean, from what we've been told, even the EC themselves, they don't seem to have a fair idea of why there's a delay. You know, although they've prepared for this, they've had 4 years. There's also been some criticism against them as well, because they're like, you've had 4 years to prepare for this. Why is it taking so long? Because it seems like the parties have a much better collation system compared to the referee, which is the Electoral Commission.
Molly, I mentioned earlier one of the things that we can call him president-elect, wants to do. What's the 1 million coders thing about? What's that?
So basically, from what I understand is, you know, we are in a much digitized world. We've had artificial intelligence, and technology is the order of the day now. So I think what the new government, which is the new NDC government under John Dramani Mahama, wants to do is to sort of equip young people with coding, which is, you know, different coding skills to teach them how to code, which is coding is a language for computers. So you're going to be building, you know, the arithmetic, the mathematics, how exactly you're going to be building mobile apps and all of that. And we do all this through coding. So I think what they intend to do with this specific policy is to give young people the opportunity to learn how to code. And this will also tie into the whole technology digitization thing that we've been seeing in a couple of years. It doesn't matter who started it first, but I mean, we're in a digital world. It's 2024. The world is moving. We have artificial intelligence and all of that. So what they're also seeking to do, even the MPP manifesto, which is for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, also has a similar policy. Theirs is to provide 1 million digital jobs. Yes, so Dr. Bawumia also has a similar policy. So you can see both of the two parties, which is the NDC and the MPP, are leaning towards digitization, because it seems like without that, you're going to struggle as a country. Exactly. Yes.
I see. That's a very interesting one. Let's see. This one also says, well, he wants to do something about Galamsey, so he's rolling out the Tree for Life and Blue Water initiative. He also wants to launch the Black Star Experience initiative as Ghana's flagship culture, arts, and tourism brand to transform Ghana into a preferred tourism destination. Commence investigative processes to purge state security agencies of all militia and vigilante elements. Okay, Patricia.
Yeah.
Please take us through the rest of the policies from number 23,
Reopen investigations into major unresolved criminal cases, including the 2020 election killing, Ayawaso was won by election violence, murder of Ahmed Suhin, Swale, and Silas Uluchame. Yeah, you know, with the issue, with the murder at the election violence at Ayawaso West.
Yes.
We still haven't.
We've not brought finality, total finality to that matter.
But how come? Why is it always swept under the carpet? I stand to be corrected though, but that is how I see it. Because you realize that people are questioning, like, how come you haven't investigated this? How come you haven't investigated that? But you don't get to hear anything as to why, or it's just part of life and Ghanaians are supposed to move on.
Yeah. I think, unfortunately, one of the things that have got to do with prosecution in this country is how the justice system is. We've always had a justice system which is, I would say, in my opinion, it's very slow. So you tend to see a lot more of the cases that go through the justice system, particularly the ones that ordinarily everyone should assume that, okay, this is, I mean, there's evidence.
Yeah.
We presented the evidence before the court, because the court deals with evidence. Once the evidence is presented before the court, it's much easier for the court to say, okay, let's look at the evidence, let's see what the prosecution says, let's see what the defendant says. It's clear as day. But then sometimes you have a lot more of those cases. They tend to stay much longer within the justice system. Like, even people, not beyond that, some people were injured. We had a member of parliament even assaulted. That in itself alone, it's a problem. So for us to go through that period and then come to 2024, where we are also experiencing a similar trend of violence in an election. That was a by-election. This is a general election. Even in 2020, we also experienced some death in the general election. So if you notice, we are beginning to see a trend of some form of violence. So, and for me, I think beyond the justice system, I think we have a gun problem in this country.
Which actually, I think it has to be dealt with.
Yes, it has
because
to be.
now, because I
be.
saw a video on social media where Basintelli had to go to the police CID with a gun.
Yes, with a gun, yes. And not just that, even, I mean, I think before the December 7 election on Saturday, we had the GRA. They held a press conference. That was like, I think, about 2 weeks or so. And they impounded a number of weapons. You ask yourself, who is bringing these weapons into this country?
For elections.
Yes, exactly. And the weapons are coming through the port. Like, it's not like anyone is bundling them and hiding them in cars or anything. They're coming through the port, the country's port. So for the GRA, and I think I must commend the GRA, because that was a very crucial time to notice those weapons. Imagine the GRA did not deliver on this mandate. Do you know the amount of weapons that people have in their homes?
Even the ones coming through the borders.
Exactly. You know, so and some of our borders are also porous as well. So you have people, they don't have to go through the approved routes. They can just pay a number of people to go through all the. There are so many unapproved routes coming into this country specifically.
This, I don't know whether they are security personnel, but they are more or less like
the Ghana immigration officials.
No, these are people I see every time on my way to work.
Okay.
Mostly at dawn, because we have to come to work early, and then you see them moving, like pacing in the compound with heavy weapons. This is not like AK-47.
Are they wearing like security uniforms, or you mean like security companies?
I think they're security companies, because those uniforms they are heavily built guys, and they're just having their guns.
Yeah, I think that's got to do with private security companies. So
are these private securities allowed to be using this kind of guns? I don't even know.
Once the guns are licensed,
as long as the guns are licensed.
As long as the guns are licensed. So for them, they are doing a job. And that company has probably gotten a license from the Arms Commission or whichever commission gives the licenses out. So for them, they are sort of, I would say they are allowed. But for us, I think we have a gun problem in this country. We're in this country where a member of parliament actually brandished a weapon.
Yeah.
We're in this country, it was there.
Is this
It was
a show
reported.
of power?
Yes, and
It intimidates people.
yes,
Yeah.
and this has got nothing to do with NDC or MPP. We just see people in political office or political power or aligned to political power carrying guns. And for an election, I don't see the point. If you're not a police officer or you are military personnel, I don't think anyone should carry a gun to a polling center. On the basis of what?
But
I think we
Eddie,
have a gun problem in this
the issue
country.
about especially security people carrying guns to some of these centers, with what we are seeing, especially today,
Yeah.
from all the violence, the vandalism, from young people, at least should there not be instances where you have some of these things on standby, because the elections are not war fronts, but then people come in there with their own intentions, agitations. Should we not maybe rubber bullets?
Okay, perhaps tear gas.
The rubber bullets are
Tear
going
gas,
to be used by
Tasers
the...
as well.
Yes,
I
tasers,
think,
those kinds
yes,
of things.
yeah.
Minimal force that
Yeah,
would
to
allow.
minimize the force,
Because
yes,
you
I
see,
agree.
I think that sometimes a show of these things would allow, because what's been going on today, from the violence,
From Saturday, actually.
even from yes. And I mean, we had Basintale
Yeah.
went to the Greater Accra polling,
Which was the
collation.
former EC head.
Yes, the
head
former
office.
EC.
Yeah.
And while speaking to the media, he didn't sound like he was even calming tempers. He sounded more combative,
Yes.
telling people to be on standby to look.
Yeah.
So maybe with the
Just
security
creating
people
fear
at
and
least.
panic. Why? Stand by for what?
Yeah, and
Because at the
and
end
I
of the
think-
day, the opposition has the opposition. The incumbent has already conceded. So
I think-
why would you now create fear and panic? What's
And I think that brings me to my point where some persons in the ruling party are sort of not happy with that early concession speech
Yeah.
by Dr. Mahmoud Bamian. But I think it was a show of statesmanship from Dr. Bamian
And I think it helped
to
to
come
people.
out
Yes.
and ease the tension, because as at Saturday evening, I was at the regional collation center across the NLA, which was at the art center, and you could feel the tension within that. And the police that were bringing in the
Yeah.
ballot boxes to that center, they had lost control because they were overwhelmed. There were too many people around. They just couldn't get their physical body,
Yeah.
just even carrying the boxes. And there were even reports that they couldn't bring some of the EC officials couldn't bring some of the ballot boxes themselves. So they had to put them in people's private cars.
Taxis.
And
What
that-
is wrong?
And that in itself is a problem.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Can you imagine that, let's say we want to conduct an audit on any of the ballot boxes, let's say it's in contention, it goes to court, and let's say we want to conduct an audit. Do you know how crazy that sounds for a ballot box to be in somebody's private car? Anything can happen
Anything,
within
yeah,
those
within
2
that-
minutes
Of course.
the
Tra-
transmission
trans-
of
yeah,
that ballot
yeah,
box
it's
to
true.
that regional center.
Yeah.
Molly, let's just go through. Let's just complete the list here. But even before that, let me give you an update now. All the regions now have
Yes.
sent in their results. So the National Collation Center has received all regions. Ashanti region is in now.
Okay.
So we are waiting for the 4:30 mark,
Yes.
as the Electoral Commission has said, to announce the presidential results. So by 5 p.m., we should, all things being equal, we should know officially who our next president will be. But then some of the other things, just a few of the last things that John Mahama wants to do in the 120 days of his, first 120 days of his government is initiate a probe into the man-made disaster caused by the VRA spillage from the Akosombo and Kpong dams that displays and destroy the livelihoods of thousands of citizens in the Volta, Eastern and Greater Accra. It seems John Mahama's 120 policies is
120 days.
120 days policies covering everything.
Exactly.
Look,
Yeah.
this was a major talking point. So this is what he wants to do in the first 120 days.
Yes, and I think that's also commendable. And we've had the member of parliament for Norton, Okujoto Ablakwa, actually he was a chairman of that probe where we had the Works and Housing Minister Kojo Nkrumah, and there was a back and forth which was caught on national television. I think it was very unfortunate. the two of them had to go back and forth. I think tensions were also high there. But I think that particular spillage in itself, I think was very unfortunate. It would have made more sense if there was more engagement, particularly on the part of VRA, engaging the community about that spillage. I was there on the ground in Mepe, and for a lot of the residents in Mepe, they felt like this was a deliberate attempt to sort of impoverish them or whatever, as to whatever reason. And we remember we even had the issue of Okujeto Ablakwa sort of alleging that the military that was deployed on the ground were being asked to be called back. And that was an entire issue on its own, because you know how tensions are when it comes to the military being deployed to certain places and all of that. So I think
120 days.
Yes,
Can Mahama do these things? He's not. I want to believe that.
I think the time frame.
You get into power. You are faced with reality.
Okay, this is what.
Is this achievable?
So this is what I understand from the document, unless I am wrong. He says it is first 120 days social contract.
Yes.
Social contract.
So
with the
basically,
people. He's just going to
yes.
start them.
He's going to initiate
So
the process.
I don't think the idea is to
days.
complete them in 120 days. If that was the case, we would know this is a white lie.
Yes.
That we would not even need him to come and explain to us.
Yes.
But the idea is to begin all these things within the first 120 days.
Yes.
So that they've started. How long
that
the
in
process
itself,
is?
that in itself is a commitment. The fact that John Dramani Mahama wants to ensure that I want to have a social contract with this group of people, just to let them know that I am president not because for the NDC, but I'm president of the country. So it's more about putting the needs of the people who voted you into power and making sure that you are delivering on your manifestos or your mandate to the people of the country.
So these are the last two things John Mahama wants to do, is initiate immediate steps to compensate the flood victims, including those in the OT, Bono East and Savannah regions. And then the very final one is carry out a shake-up of all loss-making SOEs and realign them to break even and transition into profit-making. You are a businessman, so this should be interesting. Yes. for you to even be.
I honestly don't know how John Dramani Mahama is going to do that, but that is going to be a very difficult task. And I say that because a lot of the SEOs and specified entities that we have in the country are struggling. For instance, Tema Oil Refinery. Tema Oil Refinery was one of the country's most vibrant state-owned entities, but due to financial challenges, technical issues, Tema Oil Refinery has not been able to even, and sometimes it's very worrying that we have people, we constitute a board for some of these state-owned enterprises. Once there's a board in place, there's a CEO. A board cannot, an entity cannot operate without. So you ask yourself, where are they getting the money to pay some of these people? And for me, then that brings me to my point, because it's going to take a lot of money. I, for one, speaking to some experts on particularly some of the state-owned enterprises that we have, I think we have to privatize some of them. Because there's no money at this current state, in the current economic climate that we have in this country. There's no money to sort of revamp some of these state-owned enterprises. They are struggling.
So we need to bring in some private hands?
Yes, exactly, because that's what you need sometimes in making sure that you make the entities viable. Because sometimes the government interference is too much. You have the appointment of a board chair, appointment of a CEO. Some of these appointments are political. It's just sort of, sometimes, you know how things work in this country. Just give somebody a position to just be there and all of that. So the work in itself is the second layer, which is to make sure that how do we turn around the company? For instance, quick example for Bost. Bost has been struggling for quite some time. They've not been a viable entity. But then in the last 18 months, 2 years, they've been able to turn around their operations. You understand? They've been able to turn around their operations. Bost used to record a lot of net losses on their books. But now they've been able to turn around their operations, ensuring that they become a viable entity. They have become a viable entity, making sure that BOST is able to, because BOST is a very critical sector for our energy security, because they deal in storage of our fuel. And you know exactly how fuel plays a critical role in our economy. Do you understand? It plays a very, very, very critical role in the affairs of our economy, because once fuel prices go up, everything inside the country just escalates. So, so I think he's going to have to privatize some of these state-owned enterprises and also some of the specified entities as well, because some of them are struggling. They've been struggling for a very long time. And this is not even an NPP problem, it's not an NDC problem. From the time that some of these state-owned enterprises were established till now, there's just been that decline. Whether they were established, majority of them were established by Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, our first president.
And you realize that from his, ever since he left the scene,
a lot of the
all
companies,
those companies that
yes,
he established,
Aboso Glass Factory, Wenchi Tomato Factory, and it's very unfortunate that we used to have a lot of, we used to make ties in this country.
We're producing our own things.
People from Egypt
We
used to come to
export
this
them,
country
yes.
and buy Ghana-made ties, made in Ghana.
Could it be that the presidents that came after him were not interested in what we could produce instead of importing? Because now we tend to believe products from other countries
Yeah.
instead of ours. We produce things here in Ghana, but
Yes, we do.
when you
I don't know
go-
if this would answer that, but I want to believe that it's because we don't have a national working document.
Yes, like a national plan, whereby no government can come and say,
I want to, yeah,
I'm changing
I've
it.
told-
This is my development
Yes.
plan. I think for most like John Dramani is going to be having, but I think he should institute a national development plan, whereby this is the blueprint
Of the country, yeah.
No other person can come and alter that document. Maybe the best they can do is to review it. And I think that's where we should be going as a country. Because once you have a national development plan, nobody can come and say, oh, this is not, I didn't author this document, or I didn't put in the issues or what I want to tackle in the document, so I'm not going to touch it. And that is the problem we've had with all our successive government. Everybody comes, they say, oh, I didn't start this project, so I'll abandon it. Forgetting that it is not a party problem.
At all. It's a national
problem.
thing. It's a national thing.
It's a national problem.
Whoever comes into power wouldn't want to continue on what
Yeah.
the other person started.
Yeah.
Like, for instance, this particular government.
Yeah.
Mahama started something.
Yes, a lot of
And when
projects.
we travel to the rural areas, you realize that those e-blocks, some have been deserted.
Exactly. And you see, and sometimes the amount of money it would take you to revamp those things that you've already built, because they're in a very bad
shape,
state,
yeah.
you have to now find money from anywhere. And mind you, we have a very huge physical hole to fill. John Dramani Mahama will be taking over office next month in January. First, he has a very huge financial hole to fill, about $2 billion gap, according to Bloomberg. And this is just a debt problem. This is a physical gap that has been left from successive governments. So now he has to now plunge that hole. Beyond that, he now has to deal with an energy problem, which was the very thing that took him out of office in 2016. He's going to have to now,
do his homework and will come
he's going to now have to sort of renegotiate some of the contracts, because a lot of the independent power producers, about 6 of them, almost 13, we actually even had one, Sonny Asogli, shut down their power plant. They're like, okay, if you don't pay me my money, I'm taking out the power. And that's why, if you notice, in some parts of the country, they're experiencing some slight, the politician will tell us, oh, it's not really doom so.
Yeah.
But if your light goes off from after the horrors of 2016, if your light goes off for even 5 hours, the assumption is it's doomsday.
Yeah.
You understand my point? So I kind of feel bad for him in a way, because it's like 2016 you were voted out
Because of power.
because of a power crisis. 2024 you are voted in, you will be coming into office to meet a potential power crisis. And the NDC has been sounding this alarm for some time, even before we went for the elections. they've been sounding the alarm that they'll have to inherit another power crisis. Beyond that, there's an IMF program that you have to now deal with, stick to. So basically, his hands are tied.
There's a lot he needs to deal with when he comes in.
His hands are literally tied. How he's going to navigate that, I think we'll have to wait and see. We'll have to wait for posterity to.
There's news coming in.
Okay.
It's just been confirmed that for Okaikwe Central, that seat that was being contested between the NDC candidate Baba Sadiq and then the incumbent MP, that is Patrick Yaobuama, it's just been confirmed. Baba Sadiq has actually been announced as the MP for that area. One of the young people who have been trying to get into parliament this year. So it's just been confirmed. Baba Sadiq is the parliamentary.
That's actually a shocker.
Is actually the MP elect for Okaikwe Central here in the Greater Accra. That's another seat for the NDC.
That's for me. That is a shocker for me because as of yesterday, when we were leaving the National Collation Center in the late night in the evening, on my way home, I was hearing Baba Sadiq on another platform where, so before that, Patrick Yaobuama had put out some flyers and some posts
with numbers
indicating that he had won that particular constituency. Then Baba Sadiq was saying that no, he was telling the host of that platform that he actually has his pin sheets and all the information. And according to him and his collation, he has won the seat. So there was that confusion because we saw both flyers. Baba Sadiq
but Buama did not have pink sheets.
Yes, so I think that was the issue that we saw later this afternoon. According to the NDC, they have the pink sheets, but the Patrick Buama came to the center they didn't come with the actual sheets. They were showing them photos, and they had indicated that their collation, their pink sheets were bent. I don't know how your pink sheets get bent between Saturday and yesterday was what? Sunday. So basically within a space of 42, and I've not heard any reported incident or fire
at that place.
So I find it very shocking that pink sheets will burn 24 hours to an official announcement. So, and I think for me, the reason why I say it's a shocker is Baba Sadiq this is the first time Baba Sadiq
he put the same shock. He put the same shock.
Office.
Yes. Same shocker when he went in for the primaries.
Yes.
And now the same thing.
And to unseat Patrick Buama, who is a very, 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 very crucial member of the current ruling party, a very crucial member. I mean, he's a very, very well-respected politician, very astute. He knows his stuff. To be able to unseat such the magnitude of the person Patrick Yaobuama is, it's an incredible feat. I think, like they always say, the job day grounds. Yes.
And from what I have heard, you see, Okaikwe Central is actually dominated by MPP.
Yes.
And there are also a lot of people who actually
embrace the ideology of a party like the MPP. Yes.
So, but that's it. It's quite shocking.
Yes, very, very shocking. I think this adds to this entire green wave that we are seeing. Many people are on social media calling it the green wave. In the American election, they used to call it the red wave.
Okay.
Which was for the Donald Trump with the Republican Party. But we are seeing a green wave. And there was a tweet.
Molly, I'll just hold you for a bit. We'll come back to you. I'll just bring you back to you. Let's go to Cantonment now. Cantonment is where the John Mahama's office is. LC is there, stationed there. LC, what's happening at the office of John Dramani Mahama? Is he ready to speak to the nation?
Here we are all setting up, waiting for the EC to start the declaration, and then Mahama will come in to address the people. So that's what's happening here. People are here all over the place. You can see the officials. The former chairman of the party is also here, Mr. Samuel, and the other officials. officials are also here as well. The media is here. The setup is almost complete. So right now we are just waiting for the EC to announce the result, and then the president-elect will come here to speak. Hello?
You.
Happy, but to make the happiness complete, we are just waiting for the EC to speak, and then whatever things we have to say or press their
All right, so we're going back to Elsie. Let's Elsie, can you hear me? All right, so we were having a challenge there with Elsie, but Elsie is at the office of the President-elect John Dramani Mahama. She would give us all the updates because John Mahama would address the country right from that office space. In fact, yesterday that place was set up. We were hoping that he would address the nation, but then word came around that until the Electoral Commission actually declares him as president-elect, they telling you.
So we had an interaction earlier with the former chairman of the Can you hear me? Hello?
If you can hear
Hello?
me, just tell us. I was asking you if you can just share with us what kinds of responses or reactions you've heard from people who are gathered at the former president's office. What are they saying to you?
The response is the excitement. People are excited. But for their excitement to be complete, they are just waiting for the EC to announce the result. And then the president will come over and then address the people. Also, earlier we spoke to the former party chairman, that is Mr. Official, and we spoke about the fact that they have called the angry youth to order, and that the people protesting nationwide, the people gathered at the EC headquarters, the angry youth and all that, they have called them to order, and then so from now going, peace will prevail in those places. And also, he spoke about the controversy surrounding the constituency results that have been contended by the EC office as well. He says some of these constituencies, they have already declared their candidates, the NDC MPs, they've already declared them winner at the constituency level. And so he doesn't understand why some of these results are being contended at all. So that is what is happening now. So right now we are just waiting for the EC switch. So there's Standogo here as well, and there are other ones here. I think I saw Joshua Kamba, but I think he left. He was here, but he left. He didn't stay for long. So yeah, there are quite a number of people here, but some of them are outside, others are also inside. No, he's not here yet. He's not here yet. We are all waiting for him. He's here, but he's not here yet. So, yeah, he's here to arrive.
Close to your sets. Make sure that in the next 26 minutes, you are actually glued to GhanaWeb TV. We would bring you live visuals from the EC, where Jean Mensa is expected to address the nation to give us results from the 2024 General Elections, guys. So that's LC. She's told us what's happening at the office of John Mahama. What are you expecting from his address?
I think, I mean, everybody knows John Mahama is one of the greatest communicators that we've had in our political history. I think
he used to be a communications minister.
Exactly. So I think we're going to be expecting a message that would reach out to the country, because I think this win for the NDC, they're on course to have a parliamentary majority. He's done more than 50+1, which is also in itself historic. I think he's going to be addressing the country, and perhaps his mood will be reflecting the will of the people that have given him this massive endorsement for the second time. You know, I think many people were thinking that it was going to be a close election, but I think from the figures that we are seeing, particularly from Parliament, the number of seats that NDC has been able to flip, the number of big wigs on the ruling party, the number of the people who have lost their seats, I think it just reflects the entire mood of the country. I think people have been, I would say, angry, upset at the performance of the ruling government, and I think that has reflected in the will of the people and as they cast the ballots on Saturday. And
you know, this, not to cut you short, but this is like the second coming of Mahama.
yes, the second coming, yes.
What are we supposed to expect differently? Yeah. Because the first one was more of infrastructure development. So what are we expecting this time around?
I think from the top of my, I think we expect more maturity, because he's been away for a while, for 8 years. So we'll be expecting a more mature president. You know, I mean, when he was around, we used to hear there was a
I've heard horrible stories of media personnel hiding under tables to give reportage
there was just so many things
of very
about
serious
his particular
violence
administration.
being
And
meted out.
I think he also
and
reached a
attacks
point where he was a bit
on collation centers across the country. In the Medina constituency, an NDC supporter stormed the MPP's election operations center, accusing them of ballot printing and vote manipulation. In the Okaikwe North constituency, violence erupted at the Akweteman as NDC youth armed with machetes attacked the MPP party office, destroying vehicles and property. The NDC youth then alleged that the MPP parliamentary candidate had deployed tax to disrupt the elections. In the Obuasi East constituency, the NDC voters clashed with military personnel at the Accra Poliso in an attempt to seize their firearms. In the Tolon constituency, tensions escalated when suspected NDC supporters vandalized an MPP monitoring team's vehicle at the Nyankpala DA polling center. There is no and primed their supporters to cause mayhem, and they are doing what they have been drummed into. They have a quest to challenge the security forces if the state security should act, despite the peaceful nature in which these elections have taken place on 7th December, and how MPP supporters have carried themselves in a peaceful manner, the NDC will then resort to accusations. The NDC is forcefully trying to take over election declaration in the regional EC offices. The obvious intention is mass provocation, which will only result in violence, disruption of activities, and a disruption of the key peace processes which we have fought so hard to protect. The NDC supporters have already gone on rampage and are looting public and private properties in Greater Accra, in Ayawaso North Assembly. Freezers were seen being carried away. In the Nadmore office, NDC supporters attacked officials who were at work. Constituency offices of the New Patriotic Party have been violated and destroyed. In Tamale, the Agric office and the school feeding warehouse have been looted. This is exactly what leads to electoral violence. The NDC are challenging and punishing and pushing security forces to respond so that they can quickly turn and accuse them of intimidation and violence on their supporters. We, the MPP, are calling for action, defending our democracy, which we have all built over the last 32 years. The MPP will not allow the NDC to undermine Ghana's hard-won democracy. It is our responsibility to protect every citizen of this great nation, and it is for the democracy that we have. We demand law and order. We call on the Ghana Police Service to maintain law and order at all collation centers. And some of the videos we have seen, it's heartbreaking that supporters of the NDC are vandalizing the Electoral Commission offices, and sometimes the police are watching and doing absolutely nothing. And we feel that rather the police should be stopping these people from undertaking such actions and protect the sanctity of the electoral process. We demand for electoral accountability. We urge the Electoral Commission to ensure the swift execution of its constitutional mandate without interference and intimidation. Please, get the needed documents to make you effectively carry out your mandate. It is only the Electoral Commission that the law has mandated and have the primary data to make these elections. And we expect that they put their numbers together and tell us how the election is looking, and not the preserve of political parties. Our demand to His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, the former president, it is you who will be responsible for Ghana's peace, security, and economic stability in the few coming weeks. A chaotic country is certainly not good for him. We are therefore highly surprised and deeply disappointed that you look on while these incidents weakening the foundation of peace, security, and stability foundation of peace, security, and economic stability to be handed to you continue to suffer harm. We, the NPP, demand that John Dramani Mahama immediately instruct his supporters and party people to stand down and allow the EC to do its work. We caution you to note that continued propagation and aggression by the NDC supporters may lead to reactions which would jeopardize national stability. We are committed to peace. From the word go, our presidential candidate appended his signature to the Peace Pact, and his party is committed to its spirit and latter. We cannot but also defend ourselves if we come under extreme attack. Over the last period, in the last few hours, our party base and support base, we have held on because of the posturing of our presidential candidate. In the history of this country, within 12 hours of close of polls, he says that in the interest of peace and stability of this country, we have seen the trajectory of the results. Therefore, to avoid any build-up of tension, I concede defeat. It was our belief that this should have calmed the system, calmed the NDC, to ensure that the processes left thereof would all run seamlessly. Unfortunately, that's not what we are seeing. And the full blown of the horror is right in your faces, the media of Ghana. If this is what the NDC won power for, then it looks like we have a very rough ride coming our way. It's rather unfortunate that this is what we are being subjected to. We appeal to all MPP supporters, Ghanaians, to remain calm and remember that we are one nation with a shared destiny. Elections are not a justification for violence and division. They are not. Let us all work together to maintain the peace and stability that have been the hallmark of our democracy and the benchmark of Ghana. I believe that the NDC can do better. They can do better. If we are holding the fort on our part, we believe they can also hold the fort on their part. I'm therefore calling on the leadership of the NDC to call all the people off the streets, to get them out of the collation centers, and let the EC do their work. You already have what you want, and I do not see the necessity of the brutalities going on. Just before we came in, sadly, we received news that Madam Esla Ewusu Ekufo's house has also been vandalized in Ablekuma West. Few minutes ago, Yendi is also under attack. This cannot be the spectacle. Our member of parliament for Tolong, his house is under attack. Just for what reason? Just for what reason? That you have won elections? So the country should flame up? Should flame up? We didn't go attacking people when we won 2020 elections in 2016. We didn't do that. So why is the NDC subjecting us to this horror? We think that the media should take this up. It is uncalled for. It is gory. It is shameful. It's reprehensible. It's inconceivable. It is unthinkable and cruel, dastardly, and all the words you can find to describe it. We are committed to ensuring a very peaceful transfer of power to the NDC. If the country goes up in flame, they are the losing end. And that's why I'm urging that the one who stands to gain, President John Dramani Mahama, calls his party to order that this country is bigger than any politician. All of us, and the peace and security of this country should be in the interest of everyone.
The National Youth Organizer.
I don't think we need this fight because I think the game is done. It's a done deal. There's absolutely nothing going to happen that's going to change that the Electoral Commission, unless maybe there is something that the deal is sealed. But I think it's very important that we have to be very, very circumspect and handle things that we're saying because we must also think about election security.
Yeah, sure.
Because after December 7th, it doesn't end there. Even from now till the transition takes place. So we have to be very careful about a lot of the utterances that will be putting out there. I know some of the claims that he's made are mere allegations. We'll have to wait for the police to come out and actually sort of authenticate or verify some of the claims that he made. But I don't think it's necessary to come and be painting one party as they are being violent. Is this what they are coming in for and all of that?
Supporting them or anything, but mostly it's like that when your party wins, you get people jubilating.
Exactly. There's always going to be a winner and a loser. There's always going to be a winner. In every context, there's a winner, there's a loser.
Some people just they're overwhelmed by the victory, so they take things into their own hands and they behave.
Exactly.
And I believe both political parties, they've all called their supporters
to order, yeah, because I was actually at the NDC press conference a few minutes, I think about an hour ago, where Sami James-Fee called on the supporters that everybody remain calm, let's wait for the Electoral Commission chairperson to declare. From their end, they know it's a done deal from their end. They're just waiting for the inevitable, which is the EC coming out and then declaring that John Dramani Mahama is the president-elect of this country. Dr. Bawumia has also done his bit as well by conceding and actually calling John Dramani Mahama.
and congratulating.
Exactly, and this is our democracy. This is a 30-year democracy. So this is not, and one thing that I was very happy about with John Mahama's tweet yesterday, post yesterday, was he described both Northerners. And this is the first time we'd even have two Northerners sort of being on the ticket, vying for the presidency. So that in itself is historic. And for John Dramani Mahama to describe Dr. Bawumia as his brother, and we've also heard, as journalists, we've heard, they always say that John Mahama's Dr. Bamia is saying bad things about his bigger brother. You know, it's saying things about. So you can tell that there is a relationship beyond the political parties and all of that. There is an existing relationship that the two parties, you know, sort of enjoy, which is they both know each other very well. Both their families know each other. Like beyond the political parties, these guys are friends.
Yeah.
They are all friends. Their families are friends. Their wives are friends. They are literally one big family.
Yeah.
The only thing that is disassociating them is their political party.
Are they related? Okay, so I believe with Northerners.
Yeah, with Northerners. I mean,
Yeah.
they
Well, I
have
doubt
this-
they are related. I doubt they are related.
But they have this, you know, thing that goes with most Northerners is we are all one people.
We all want people.
The only thing that is dividing us is politics and ethnic tensions here and there. But at the end of the day, there's always that respect for each other. You know, even look at how Otumfuo, which is the Asante Hene, look at how he had to mediate the whole, you know, crisis in the north. I mean, in which country would you have like the king of an Ashanti kingdom, which is a very, very, very powerful kingdom, having to step in? That is leadership. That is statesmanship. And then not just him. President Akufo-Addo has also played a vital role. John Dramani Mahama has also played a vital role. Even the late Professor Mills has also played. So we've had presidents who have put the country before their political party interests. So I don't think this is what we need at this particular time, where, you know, a deputy national organizer of a party is coming out and, you know, making wild allegations and sort of trying to make the other party. I don't think that's what we need. I think, honestly, it's very unnecessary. This is not what we need right now. Let's wait for the Electoral Commission chair. They'll declare the inevitable. We've known for the last 24 hours. Yes, I call it the inevitable because we've known for the last 24 hours. Even the party that has won, they knew. Us at midnight on Saturday, they knew who the famous, they knew that they were in a comfortable mood. You understand? And you could tell from the utterances from even the ruling party, they had to cancel some of their press conferences. So they basically knew the writing was literally on the wall. So I don't think we need this whole thing of NDC is causing mayhem in the country and all of that. We don't, and this will even cause unnecessary anxiety. The security services are overwhelmed. Look, I was in Ododododo. They could not bundle the boxes into the regional collation center. The guys, they were overwhelmed. Because once you have, 5 boxes and you have about 2 security people, do you know the droves of people that are going into that regional collation center? So the security services, we must applaud them, but they've actually been overwhelmed. But they've done a great job. Although we've had pockets of incidents of shooting and people, you know, being injured and people also losing their life. We even saw the video of the guy attacking the military officer. It doesn't matter which political party they are. It's just not right. Because anything could have happened. You could have plucked this gun, harm you, and you say this is in self-defense. So I don't think we need this from some of the political parties. It doesn't matter. This is not an NDC MPP thing. We don't need this at this point. The Electoral Commission chairperson will in a few minutes declare the inevitable.
Yeah, we have three more minutes to go. Yeah.
Declare the inevitable. There's a winner, there's a loser in every competition. Dr. Bami has conceded. John Dramani Mahama has a huge task ahead of him. He has a debt problem. He has an energy problem. He has a CD crisis. You know,
there's a whole lot he has to deal with.
So this is not the time to blame anybody for anything. This is the country. This is the decision of the people. This is the will of the people. They have voted. This was, Bami even said it, a decisive win. Do you know what it means for the ruling party to describe your win as decisive? That in itself
tells you.
Tells you that they know the mood. They've read the mood. They've seen that this one is the will of the people.
It's the will of the people, yeah.
And it's no fault of anybody else, you know. And so we don't need people trying to incite violence or saying that one party is doing this, one party has gone to somebody's house to go and vandalize. Where's the evidence? Where's the evidence for that? So, you know, once you say that on national television and it's captured, somebody sitting at home will be like, hey, what are they doing there? They'll go there.
Yeah. They're inciting people.
You understand my point? They'll go there. Even without any verification or authentication, they'll go there. and then go and inflame the issue that does not even exist. So I think we'll have to also be patient and wait for the police to come out and authenticate some of these claims.
We're just about a minute to the advertised time from the Electoral Commission, 4:30, for them to announce that thing. I think that this is the moment. By now, the EC chairperson should have moved to the podium. I hope that she doesn't delay any longer.
Because I was saying that I hope they stick to the time.
Well, she has to.
We're doing it a proper GMT,
I don't know.
proper Ghana time.
Honestly, I don't know about that, because for the last 2 days that I've been at the National Collation Sec, every time that they've advertised. So on Saturday they had a press conference at 9, so that one was on time. There was supposed to be a press conference at 12, it wasn't on time. There was another press conference at 3, it wasn't on time. There was another one at 6, it was delayed.
So let's just presume that they'll do this at 5 or 5:30.
But to cut themselves slack, I think they've also been very overwhelmed. The guys at the Electoral
There's so much
Commission,
pressure on them.
irrespective of the criticism that they've received on social media for not having to, everyone's like, why can't you just declare it, or why is it taking so long? I think they've also been overwhelmed. I think particularly with the whole regional, the implementation of that regional thing being transmitted, because it's technology as well, and you need huge bandwidth of data and internet to sort of move these things. As then when you're done, you have to print out these documents, give it to the parties, they look at it, tally it with what they have with their pink sheets, then it's moved to another center before it's now sent to Jean Mentor to now certify. Then that would give her the basis of declaring who is the winner. So I think that they have about 15, or they'll have all
are in now. All are in now. But let me just give our viewers some. Let me take you to our website. Let's go to GhanaWeb.com right now for you to see what's happening there. Some of our headline stories. The first one says Parliament tsunami. The MPP big names who survived the Holocaust. So
interesting headline.
Yes.
Holocaust.
Very, very interesting name.
Tsunami.
So these are the people who actually made it beyond everything. Let me just give you a few of the details in there. The story says a massive tsunami has hit the Parliament of Ghana as the ruling New Patriotic Party is reported to have lost more than 70 of the 137 seats it held in the 8th Parliament, with about 221 out of the 276 constituency results compiled so far. This was as of the time the story was written. The opposition National Democratic Congress, NDC, which has 137 seats in the 8th Parliament, so far has about 162 seats. The MPP so far has 59 seats. Again, this was as of that time. While 3 seats have been won by independent candidates. The MPP even lost seats in its World Bank, supposedly, in the Ashanti region, with the opposition National Democratic Congress snatching at least 20 seats it has never held since 1996. Now, the big names of the MPs who have been retained. There's Alexander Afenyo-Markin, the current leader of the MPP, in Parliament.
Yes.
Is he majority or minority?
I think in about 27 days or so. But I think the House is also going to sit.
Yes, on the 16th.
So we'll have to wait to see how that composition is also going to play out.
Kojo Oponkuma as well won his seat as of one say IRB. Dominic Nitiwo, that's the Minister of Defense, also Member of Parliament for Bimbala, he's retained his seat.
Okay.
Brian Champon, a Greek minister, his seat is Abetifi, he retained that seat. Abena Osei Asare is also the Minister of State in charge of Finance. Abena Osei Asare also retained a seat. The Minister of Roads and Highways, Francis Asenso Boache, he is at the very heart of the Ashanti region, where they call the World Bank, the proper World Bank of the MPP, that's Bantama. He actually retained his seat as well. Initially, we thought that the Takoradi seat had been declared for the NDC, but apparently it's actually still being held by the MPP. That's the Western Regional Minister, Kwabena Ochida Komensa. he also retained that seat. And then Samuel Uku, the Director General of the National Lottery Authority at Equiapim North, he actually won that seat. And then Eko Isafwa,
Yes.
Asafwa,
Yes.
Vincent Eko Asafwa is an MP for Otafo. He also retained that seat there. And then also, Dr. Ayu Efriye is MP for Fisdriase Asokore, also won his seat. Those are the people who have formed the fulcrum of this story that says Parliament Tsunami, the MPP big names who survived the Holocaust.
And I think just on that particular point, I think it's very interesting to know that some of the MPP female MPs, majority of them lost their seats.
Majority.
And this is not even a December 7th trend. If you notice, we had Sarah Joseph lose the primaries for the party earlier on. We also had Frida Pempe also lose. So we had quite a lot of the female representation in the House also losing their seats. And also, if you look at Saturday's elections, we had Dakwa Newman also lose her seat, particularly in that area. We also had Hawa Kumsin, a very big and a strong name, also losing her seat as well. We also had the Minister for Communications, Esla Wusu, also lose her seat. So we had a lot more, we've seen a lot more MPP female MPs lose their seats.
That's going to even lower the number because in this current government, I think the score is 20-20.
Yes.
For either side. I hope I'm right.
Yeah, and it's also very interesting because we just passed the affirmative action.
Yes.
So, but I think this is going to be a gain for the NDC because they've put out more female MPs contesting, particularly in this election. So we've had Na Koyo, we've had Eli Klim Akrugu, Domi Kwabena. So we've had them put forth a lot. NDC has done a lot of historic things with this particular election. I think this election is going to go down as one of the most historic.
I'm just hearing that Katie Hammond has actually rejected the results. It's quite shocking. I don't know. He says he's not going down without a fight. Since yesterday.
Is he calling for a recount?
I will get the updates shortly, but that's the news coming in. He has rejected the results. He says
that's for Adansi Asokwa, right?
Quite interesting. And let me give you the details. Actually, go to GhanaWeb.com right now.
Yes.
Just a few of the details coming in there. He says he's rejected the results. He says the member of parliament for the Adansi Asokwa constituency in the Ashanti region has said that he would go to court over the parliamentary results declared by the Electoral Commission. According to him, there were irregularities in the electoral process, with some pink sheets being problematic and other ballot boxes going missing before the official counting. I thought this was yesterday where he more or less agreed. Even that video that's gone viral, Captain Smart speaking with him and saying that he heard he has won and he just said yes. So what's this?
And you know, you could tell, even from the viral videos that were out, you could actually tell that this was someone who had sort of
conceded.
It was okay. Because he seemed very calm. He didn't even want to talk to the media. You know, he was just shaking hands with them. He was on a phone call and all of that. So you could tell. So this decision by him right now, it's quite surprising.
Because he says he's asking for a recount.
Yeah, because his demeanor a few hours ago is completely different from the story that we put out on GhanaWeb.
Why is it that it's now dawning on him?
I think he's been a member of parliament for a really
very long time.
And I think, unfortunately, sometimes that's what power does to you. When you are in a certain position of power for a very long time, particularly a public office for a very long time, I think you become very comfortable. You become very assured that, okay, I've been doing this for a really, really long time. There's no way I'm not going to have this position. And now that all of a sudden that position is taken away from you, I think it begins to dawn on your consciousness that the very thing that I've always been assured of every single time, I am now in a very vulnerable position not to have it. So he's been member of parliament. KTM has been member of parliament for a very long time in Adansi Asokwa.
Yes.
And he's always had that assurance in the primaries, in the main elections. He's always had the assurance. There's always been a very funny train of thought that every time there's an election, irrespective whether it's primaries or general elections, Katie Hammond always loses in the first round. Then by midnight, he just miraculously wins it from nowhere.
Yeah.
So he always has this comeback. He always has a way of coming back. No matter how much you think Katie Hammond is down, he always has the best comeback. And he's been credited for always having the greatest comeback. Because you even see from some of his utterances in Parliament as well. You think that the ruling side is suffering. And sometimes you just have people like Katie Hammond come in, and they have a way of just lightening up the base or the members.
We can say he's a character.
Exactly, he's a character. You know,
He's a character.
very interesting to talk to. Sometimes you don't know what you are going to get from Katie Hammond. Like you have to go in with the clearest of minds when you're going to speak with Katie Hammond, because you could get anything. You could get his angry side, you get his funny side, you get his witty side as well. And I think this is a big loss for if we are to go by the results that we are seeing. This is going to be a big loss for the ruling party, because Katie Hammond is beyond the fact that he's been there for a long time. He's a very experienced member of Parliament.
Yeah, which is going to sweep around.
So they're going to lose a lot.
Attrition
of
is a major
Harry
thing.
Cote is one of them.
Yeah.
Eslo Wusu is one of them.
Yes.
Patrick Yabama is also another one of them. And we, even Sarah Jossafo, that loss, particularly in the primaries, was also a very defining one. And I think even the loss for Michael Quay in that particular Dominic Kwabena constituency, which is the largest inside of this entire
Stephen
country.
Amwa lost his seat.
No, I think Stephen Amwa made some gains in his seat. He's for Nshai. So, it was very interesting. We saw a viral video of him trying to peep at somebody. He's also another character. He's also another character. So, but unfortunately, we're beginning to see the trend of losing the MPP side, losing a lot of their matured. So we'll have to wait and see how the composition of their side is going to be, particularly as we head into we're going to have the 9th Parliament?
Yes, 9th Parliament.
The 9th, a lot of people have been saying, look, the 8th Parliament was, some say it was necessary, but at the tail end of it, we realized that this was just literally a waste of everyone's time. Because if they had to go to the Supreme Court to determine who was majority and minority, and this was something that could have been determined by the standing orders of Parliament.
Well, let me just take you through some of the other stories. The other story says how CNN, BBC, other international media reported Mahama's victory. Yes, so that's it. How the other international media actually. Let me just give you the headline. CNN said, former Ghana leader pulls off historic comeback after crucial presidential election. And the BBC also headlined the story by saying, opposition wins Ghana presidential election, vice president says. And that's an attribution to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who actually came out to concede. And Al Jazeera also says, Ghana's former president, John Mahama, wins election. So that's how some of the international media outlets actually reported the announcement that John Dramani Mahama is president-elect, at least from the concession speech from Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia.
I think it's very interesting for the BBC they caption their headline as, what's the headline again? Yes, so the BBC says, yes, opposition wins Ghana presidential election, vice president. So they are sort of citing the vice
Dr.
president.
Bawumia.
But it's very interesting. In 2016, December 6, 2016, the BBC's headline for when we were going to the polls was, Ghana election, can Mr. Power Cut, John Mahama, win a second term? So how time has changed from 8 years, from 8 years ago, they were describing John Mahama as Mr. Power Cut. Now, Mr. Power Cut
is now what?
Mr. Comeback.
Mr. Comeback, yes. Because we even have when the iron is still hot, and perhaps maybe you could make a comeback. So
hopefully. Know the 26 policies Mahama intends to implement in his first 120 days in office. The other stories like NDC accuses Anodom Prayer of shooting supporter in the leg.
That's also another wild allegation. Right?
Yeah.
Yes, I think we'll have to authenticate that.
Yep.
Perhaps from the police, I'm sure.
EC to declare results of 2024 elections at 4:30 p.m. That we are still waiting for because it's well over 14 minutes.
Yes, 4:44.
Police has released a statement. It says, update number 2, police put in place additional measures to ensure post-election security.
Which is
so they put it on their Facebook page. It was on their Facebook page. Yeah. So the security agencies have moved into the post-election security phase, and additional measures have been put in place to maintain peace, security, law, and order.
Yes, so
there have been limited cases, but we had otherwise. Okay.
Limited cases.
So
I think even the wording of
because
limited
actually this statement came out a few hours back. It was about 3 hours back.
Okay.
We actually have a story there. It came out quite well.
This is update number 2.
Yes, this was their second update.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
So perhaps they've gotten more information.
They've gotten more information.
Between then and now.
Yes.
That's when the
has happened.
escalation
Yes, a lot has
actually
happened,
at
particularly even at the regional collation center.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
so that's it. Other stories you would see here. Oh well, this one says, watch as Mahama officially informs the Asanteni of his victory in the presidential election.
Yes.
So Mahama actually sent a delegation to the Menchia Palace.
I think that's actually a very good thing. I mean,
Yes.
because he was in the final leg of his campaign. He spent about 6 days in the Ashanti region, and that in itself, I think, was a really good strategy from the opposition party to go into
Their last
the
days
backyard of the party you are actually, contending with. To go there and spend 6 days. I mean, some would argue, was the 6 days enough?
Well, it worked for them.
Because even when John Mahama went there, the crowd was just, like, he was actually amazed. He was like, am I in Ashanti region? Because he never even assumed or thought that people would actually come out in their numbers. And I think it's very important, I think as we're discussing, it's very important to highlight that some of our viewers visit www.GhanaWeb.com. We have a very beautiful widget where we have John Dramani Mahama as the winner, and the total that's been tallied for him is around 58.339%. This is actually very historic for John Mahama. He's about to hit about 60.
Yeah.
I mean, we still have some figures to come. If he hits 60, this will be very historic. Because you need 50 plus 1 to clinch to the presidency. John Dramani Mahama is actually doing Donald Trump numbers right now. No, because this is actually Donald Trump numbers. Because if you're having, from my tally on GhanaWeb.com, we have about 3,441,784. I'm sure this figure is going to change. But in percentage terms, he's doing 58%. We still have some other places to come in, and also for the presidential as well as the parliamentary. If he hits 60%, this will be historic, because even in 2016, Nana Akufo-Addo did well with 1 million, but could not even reach
60%.
I mean, I think he did a little over 50. So,
But this time around, I think
John
Not even Rollins.
is that
Not
56?
even Rollins.
not even Rollins has
60%.
not even Rollins had. So he's actually doing very historic numbers, and I think this is going to be decisive for them, because he has the presidency, he has parliament, and he has 2/3 of parliament. Basically, this is unwielded power.
Yeah.
They call it
Unwielded
supreme
power.
leadership.
Nobody can, like, this is literally, I have the sword in my hands. If you want to take it, come for it. So
Before you joined, I was telling Eche that there's been some comments on social media where people are arguing that even if the MPs decide not to go to Parliament, the government's
they'll be
business
fine.
of the day,
they can.
no, they'll be fine.
everything will go on.
NDC, at this present moment, with these historic numbers that they've churned out, at this present moment, the NDC can bring in whoever they want for ministerial appointments. They will pass through. They can actually, like, they can do anything they want. Like, and I mean anything. They can table a bill before the House
And pass it that day.
or pass it that very
Because
day.
they are the majority.
Well, you see,
Like,
one way
and
to
this
say
is
that-
historic, because we've never really had
just to
a government have this amount, like this is unmerited levels of power. And I'm really hoping that our friends on both the NDC and the MPP will, you know, because everybody knows what happens when you have power.
Yeah.
Ali, I just want to bring you to the, I'll show you, this is results from 92, all the presidential results from 1992. This is in 92, JJ with Edu Boahen of the MPP. JJ polled 58.40. So he had 2,323,135.
Like
so
I said,
58.
Donald Trump
and then
numbers.
he did 57.37 in 1996.
So John Dramani Mahama is actually on course to be like, so he's about to set the record.
Yeah.
Whoever is going to beat this, God be with them. Because, no, honestly, because God has to be with them because this is historic.
So
We've
we
never-
are making history by getting to that percentage.
And funny enough, I've actually seen some numbers from other portals where
It's over 60?
John Mahama's figures are about 61%, 61.04, with a total valid vote of 5 million compared to Dr. Baumia's 3 million. So basically, they're saying that the NDC will won this election by 2 million. I mean, we'll have to wait to see the final declaration, but this is just unprecedented.
Let me give the other percentages so that we have a fair idea.
Okay.
92, 58.40 for JJ, 96, 57.37 for JJ as well. In 2000, John Ajegun Kufuor won it with 56.90. In 2004, he won it again with 52.45%. And then in 2008, Atamils won the elections with 50.23. In 2012, John Mahama won the elections with 50.70. Now, in 2016, Akufo-Addo won with 53%. In 2020, his drop, because in 2016 he had 53, but in 2020 he had 51.695. So here we are.
Yes, so exactly, like you said, here we are. And here we are in the terms of churning out 58%, where in an election you only need 50 plus 1 to secure. And to now do this, after going away for 8 years, coming back in 2020, closing that 1 million gap from 2016, when you look at the data, you look at the trends, you could tell that gradually, John Dramani Mahama was making some gains.
Yes.
And I think this will be his biggest net gain, particularly across all the regions that NDC had won the presidential plus the parliamentary. Because now, to do that, what you have to do is to go into the stronghold, the strongest of the stronghold of your opponent, and then begin to drag their numbers. The numbers that historically that we have. So for example, Dome Kwabena, they have about 100,000. 100,000 coming in from Dome Kwabena. Now to now clinch that seat, there's an assurance of certain areas within Dome Kwabena that are historically NPP. They have never voted for NDC. So now NDC, the reason I'm saying this is 1,000, 30,000, like these are crazy numbers. And the question is, I'm sure the MPP woke up with the idea that, okay, maybe when Ashanti, we'll secure Eastern, we're assured with Ahafo, we're assured with Western North, we're assured with Western itself. And then maybe we would, see whether we can make some gains in Central. And I'm sure they woke up. I don't know what their internal polling looks like. But from what we have seen and what we have gathered, particularly from the NDC, the numbers are just like, basically, from the map that we have, the MPP have won just 2. Ashanti
and the Northeast.
Did you think the NDC even
out of all the 16?
anticipated?
Yes, out of the 16 regions. And it's even shocking for me, even for the Ashanti region, because we were being made, in the lead up to the election, we were being made to believe that the Ashanti region was going to be that stronghold where the MPP was going to be the pathway for the MPP to win the presidency.
I have some results from the Ashanti region. This will have to be certified, but at least this is
Are they provisional results?
Well, yeah, provisional.
Okay.
And this is it. It says that the MPP had 366,800. And then John Mahama had 697,076. Look, ordinarily in the Ashanti region, this would not be the numbers.
Exactly.
So 1.3 verse 697, almost 700,000.
I am very interested to see the final figures that the Electoral Commission is going to be. Because that's going to put into context this whole green wave, blue wave that we've been hearing in the last
I think we should be expecting EC by 5:30 or what?
Well, we'll see.
It's 3 minutes to 5.
And I want to believe that even John Dramani Mahama has anticipated that the announcement will be a little late, so they've already sent out information that he would address the nation at 7 p.m. at his office. So,
but I think from everything that we are seeing, particularly from Saturday to this point, I think it's very important to point out that the will of the people can never be contested.
It's true.
Because, I mean, we've all been in this country in the last 8 years, and we've seen a lot of the things that have happened, particularly with the economy. This has got nothing to do with you being party A or party B. The economic situation affected literally everyone in this country. And it's not a 2024 problem. It started from 2020 when the COVID situation occurred. Then it escalated in 2022, where we were now facing unprecedented inflationary figures of 54%. Do you know what it means to have your pocket, the money in your pocket, to depreciate by 54%? Do you know what that means? That is more than half of your basic income. So now your purchasing power has now been reduced drastically, because the MPP, as at I think 2018, were doing very good numbers when it came to inflation. They were having about, I think, at a point they even reached single digits at a certain point, which was very great, because the last time anyone did single digits was Professor Mills, under Professor Mills of the NDC, where they had some single inflation, and it was a good momentum that he had. But then as time went on, he began to realize that the debt problem, which is always passed on to another government, to another government, to another government, always finds a way to tie whoever is the president of the country. So 2016, John Mahama left the debt. Nana Akufo-Addo came in and did some gains. The MPP actually did some really good work. Between that 2017, the banking sector cleanup, the reforms and all of that, sanitizing, the financial sector, implementing some of their digitization initiatives. So you began to see some of the gains that we were making, and it was reflective in the economy. But the moment the downturn began to happen, which was in 2020, moving to 2021, the worst was in 2022, because everything's like a grounded halt.
All right. Batoma is at the Regional Collation Center. Ishmael Batoma is at the Regional Collation Center. Ishmael, what's happening there? Has the place been calm now? Are people still massing up at the place now?
Okay, so some people from some of the constituencies have left, and currently the EC has been able to resolve the case of the Okanke Central constituency, where Baba Sadiq was declared the winner. So supporters of Baba Sadiq have left the place. Now, what's the collation ongoing? We are now in the EC room where the collation is taking place, and the collation is being done for the Ablukman North constituency, where the NDC is saying they won the constituency at the collation center for the constituency, but the MPP officials refused to sign the collation sheet. So the pink sheets were brought to the EC regional office in the Greater Accra region, the Greater Accra regional EC office, for the collation to be done. And so as we speak, they are doing the collation. There are a lot of leading figures of the NDC here. We see the Greater Accra regional chairman, Ashimo, here. We see also Otukono is also here, and then the member of parliament from Palm St. George is also here. So they are both keenly observing the process. So the EC official has a pink sheet. He mentions the number of votes acquired by each party on the pink sheet, and they both confirm, and that's the process going on. So they are all tallying the results. For this constituency, the contenders are Nana Pokua Owusu Efriye of the NPP, and then Erabna Orden of the NDC. So the NDC is saying that Erabna won the seat. As we're outside, supporters of Erabna were there in their numbers. They are saying that they have the pink sheets and they expect the EC to declare them the winner for this constituency. For the Domi Kwabinya case, according to the EC, the results was declared already. So the NDC candidate El Claim is a member of parliament elect for the constituency. So what the MPP can do now is to go to court to challenge the declaration of the EC. So that's the situation on the ground now.
In the last couple of weeks, they actually had to go to court. They actually had to take the minority to court. So it's a very interesting. Just on the lighter note, I just wanted to find out from you, particularly on the Ayawaso North. Is that right? Ayawaso North, which was the Baba Sadiq situation. Why exactly was Patrick Boama churning out rather different numbers? I'm asking because we saw two different numbers that he churned out in a few hours as of yesterday, which was Sunday. Have you been able to find out why we kept seeing different numbers from his camp? And then it looked like Baba Sadiq was very assured that it's he had the pink sheets and he had the figures.
So after the declaration, we spoke to Baba Sadiq, and according to him, he has the figures to show his numbers, but the MPP do not have any pink sheet to prove that they won. So the EC used their pink sheet and his to do the collation of the results. So it appears the MPP did not have the required documents to make their case, but Baba Sadiq had the documents, and after the EC went through the documents and did a collation for each polling station, he emerged winner. And so Baba Sadiq's figure were correct. And he also indicated that he was surprised that the incumbent MP for Okankwe North was churning out different figures. He expected him to accept the verdict, or the will of the people of Okankwe North, but unfortunately he was churning out different figures, even though he lost the seat. Baba Sadiq also said that before he contested for the seat, he did a research which showed that the incumbent MP, Omani Boama, was the strongest candidate in the world, but he was confident that through hard work, he would take his seat, and this is what actually has happened. So from what you asked, the MPP didn't have the evidence to prove their numbers, and with the pink sheet the EC had and that of the NDC, it proved that Baba Sadiq was the right winner. His figures were the right figures. Thank you.
Fatuma, earlier Michael Quay didn't want to accept the results for EC to declare Akrugwe a winner. How was that resolved?
Michael Quay was told that he is at the wrong place. Once the EC had declared that the NDC candidate Elikulem was the winner, the only way he could resolve this, or he could have it looked at, was to go to court. So he shouldn't have come here for a collation of the results of Domi Kwabinya, because the EC had already declared that Elikulem was the winner, is the MP elect for Domi Kwabinya. So he should have gone to, he can go to court to challenge the results, but there cannot be a recollation of the results. Yeah, so he went out. So his case was not considered at all today.
Elikulem was all there.
No, we didn't see her around, but the executives of the party were here. So what I'm saying is that for them, they didn't even look at their pink sheets because the results had already been declared. They didn't. He was told that the only forum for him to challenge the verdict, the results of the Domi Kwamina parliamentary election, was to go to court.
All right. Thank you, Batoma. We will come back to you as and when we will come back to you much later, just to get some more details from you there. So Ishmael Batoma is at the Greater Accra Regional Collation Center. That's formerly the head office of the Electoral Commission there. So we're still waiting for the EC.
Yeah, I think everyone is seated right now, waiting for the commissioners to take the stage.
So the 30 minutes mark after 4 is now 5:08. So instead of the 4:30, we are having to wait a little longer.
I'll not be surprised if it gets to 9.
Which 9?
9 p.m.
Having them to wait till
To declare?
Yeah, because they've been waiting for how many minutes now?
No, it won't be possible. 9 p.m.
I don't think.
But I'm glad they've been able to settle the differences between Dome Kwabena, Eliklim Akrugu, and then Michael Kwe Jr.
Yeah.
You know, initially he was fighting against. He says he wasn't going to accept it because it wasn't transparent and he needed a recount.
Yeah.
And now going to the collation center with EC telling him, no, if you want to argue anything, now you have to go to court.
Yes. Because I think it's because the results are now sort of certified, although it hasn't gone to the commission yet. But once the returning officer at that polling station certifies and then declares a winner of that election, it literally becomes contesting it now has to go to the courts. Because now you can't go back to the EC and say that I disagree with this declaration that you've made, but then you now have to file, a case in court to contest. But you have to also make sure you're presenting your results.
Yeah.
So you cannot just say I want to contest without having the result. Because remember, in 2020, when the election petition issue happened, the NDC they did not have the data to provide to the court. So instead of the case even like it was supposed to stay longer, it was even short. It was even quickened for them because they didn't have the figures to provide to the Supreme Court. So if you read the Supreme Court's final verdict, you realize that a lot of the reasoning and the decision that the bench took at the time in 2020, it was all pointing out to the fact that the NDC could not, collate their results and then have the raw data for their, and I think that's the lessons that the NDC has learned from 2020. Because as at 10 p.m. on Saturday, after polls were closed at 5, the NDC was very well assured that they had won the election.
I also heard that they got very learned people at all the polling stations across the country.
And I understand they had, very learned people in terms of people who knew how to do mathematics, people who were lawyers, professors, lawyers, doctors, security personnel. Even at a point, I learned that some of their party agents and polling agents had body cameras. So this was a party that came into this
well
march
prepared.
Very well prepared.
Yeah, they've really done their homework.
So they were very vigilant. They needed to make sure that once poll closed, once counting is done, the party agents quickly pick up the data and the information and send it to whoever is in their strong room. That is quickly calculated. And I think that's the reason why the EC is getting a lot of criticism, because it seems as though the NDC went way above the Electoral Commission.
People questioned why the political parties had better collation system than the EC, because they already have everything.
Yes, exactly.
And because you're talking about the EC, we're actually showing you visuals from the EC where the place is set, everyone is seated except for the commissioners of the EC. The stage is empty, the chairs are empty, but at least I see 1 or 2 EC officials, they're trying to put some finishing touches to their sitting positions of the people on the days. So again, everyone is waiting from for the EC to come declare the results as they had early advertised that they were going to do this at 4:30, but it's 12 minutes past 5. But then they've not actually come out to actually tell us the results. So that's it there again. You're seeing pictures from the EC. Yeah.
And I think it's very interesting. In their background, you see final declaration. So
Yes.
basically, I mean, letting everybody know that this is the last hour.
Yeah,
I mean,
last hour.
We've reached that final point. And I think it's also very important to point out that I think a lot of the journalists that have covered this election have really done well. I mean, most of my colleagues here at GhanaWeb have been on the ground from Saturday. They haven't slept. I mean, because it's their duty to go out there, cover the elections, come back. So it's in the last couple of days, 3 days, most journalists in the country have been on the beat covering this election. It's a really historic one.
Yeah.
If you're not a journalist and you didn't cover this, I'm sorry for you. But I mean, this is very historic, particularly with the numbers that we are seeing and everything that has got to do with this election. I mean, it's also very interesting just to point out that come January 7th, 2024, I'm very curious to know who's going to be the Speaker of Parliament.
You know, the police have also put up another statement. It says they are meeting the leadership of the National Democratic Congress at 6 p.m. today
Okay.
to discuss security concerns.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
That's good. But you're asking who's going to be Speaker.
Yes. I'm very curious to know who's going to be Speaker, particularly for the what do you call it, the night Parliament, which is going to be historic. And you know, it's very interesting because this night Parliament is going to enter a renovated chamber. I think we'll also have to wait and see how the composition of that chamber is going to look like, because there's been some renovation works. That's the reason why the Speaker had to hold some of the sitting at the Accra Conference Center to pave way for this renovation. There's been concerns about the allocation of the amount that they are using to, renovate this chamber and all of that. But we'll have to wait and see.
I don't see the reason for.
Is it possible that
the
they can as well retain?
Well, I don't see any reason for the NDC to want to change Backben. Listen, this is the thing. I think that in the last 4 years that Backben has been Speaker, he's been Speaker in a government that is not the incumbent. But we know how he has more or less worked for them, more or less, because a lot of the time he's actually been firm, and he has not allowed anyone to actually push him around.
Yeah.
He's been like a father figure.
Yes,
Yeah.
and he's played
On both
And
sides.
he's
On both sides as
the
well.
longest 7.
Yes.
Yes, I mean,
yeah.
he has the experience. He looks like, I mean, he's the person that can command the house as much as possible. Beyond everything that was even going on with the MPP.
Yes. He still shows some level
Yeah.
of respect.
You can't push him
Leadership,
around.
he has
Yes.
the leadership
Yeah.
qualities and all of that. Unless perhaps, well, anything is possible. But I think that it will benefit the NDC more if they kept him.
Particularly
Because
having an experienced hand
he's handled everything. Listen,
Because on the MPP
Backben
side,
has
most
handled
of
everything.
the experienced ones have lost their seats.
Yes, they have.
Yeah.
Backben has handled everything. From 92, he's been in Parliament.
Yeah.
He goes all the way till 2020, and then he decides to run for Speaker.
Yes.
Now he runs for Speaker, he wins, and he's Speaker over the first hung Parliament we have. Look
with
how he has
everything that has
handled things.
gone on with that particular
Yes.
Parliament.
Look, Backben did something that many people have credited him for, and have also applauded him for. When this thing happened from the Supreme Court, where he decided that instead of all the chaos that was going on,
You take the
Rather
statesmanship route.
go in a way that would help things. So as you can see, that the political parties are actually signing I think
The
this
pink
is the
sheet.
final pink
They're
sheet.
signing the pink sheet. Yeah.
Final pink sheet. Those are representatives of the political parties. So actually, the action has started now.
Yeah,
They are
the-
signing. Then
yeah.
this will be actual confirmation that they have agreed to the numbers there. Then the EC chairperson
Yeah.
can then come in.
So basically, this is them assenting to what the numbers that they have received from their various collation centers, and sort of, putting a seal of approval on it. And then the declaration will be made by the EC chairperson, Madam King Mensah.
Yeah.
as well, and she would now do the legal thing because she is the Electoral Commission chairperson. We cannot have this election, being called by just one particular party. We'll still have to give them the credence and allow them to.
So my colleague George AEC is over there. We're crossing over to get some more update.
From the National Collation Center for the 2024 presidential election. The Electoral Commission of Ghana scheduled 4:30 p.m. today for the announcement of the presidential results. It's currently 5:17 and the result is yet to be announced, but the process still remains ongoing. As you can see in your shots now, representatives of the various political parties or candidates are currently endorsing the final pink sheets, which will form the basis for the declaration of the results. And so in your shots right now is an EC official supervising the signing by a party's representative. The EC, any moment from now, will be declaring the final results for the presidential election for the year 2024. We are currently at the National Collation Center, and on your screens is the process of endorsing the pink sheet by political party reps or candidates representatives. The pink sheets will form the basis for the declaration of the results, and if I am right after the endorsement should come the official declaration by the Electoral Commissioner, Madam Jean Mensah. The Electoral Commissioner scheduled 4:30 for the declaration, and it's now 5:19, and that process is yet to start. But as part of the process, representatives of the various presidential candidates are currently endorsing the pink sheets.
about the problems, because now the moment she declares, there's going to be pandemonium on the streets. So they're going to have a lot more of the NDC people coming out of the streets. And this is the entire country. So now the police will now have to deal with another security problem as well. So imagine that happens at 9 p.m. You know, so imagine that happening at 9 p.m. Yeah, exactly, and looting, because we've also seen in other places, and it's a reason why in the last few days, Saturday and Sunday, I drove to Osu just to see the mood of the town. Every shop in Osu was closed. There was no food I think the only place that was open was, I think, a restaurant, like a big restaurant. I wouldn't want to mention that name, but that was the only, place that was open in Osu. And if you know Osu is constantly busy. They don't sleep. They literally don't sleep. So you had a lot more businesses, sort of close down their shops because, and this is what we call election risk, because sometimes you don't know, once you don't know how the election is going to go, you are a bit cautious about how you invest your money, or you put your money, or you open your business or not. Because anything could happen. If it doesn't go in somebody's way and somebody shows up at your shop and say, hey, give me all your television sets, or give me all the ice cream, that's you losing business.
Yeah, it's true.
And it causes a security problem. So I think the police have really done well. It's just really unfortunate that we've had to lose lives again over gun violence and people being injured. I mean, someone's about to lose their thighs or their legs, in Kaswa and all of that. I mean, there are reports of an MP-elect team members being shot from another car. I mean, these things, they just can't keep going on. 2020, we experienced this. 2024, we are experiencing worse than 2020. So it just goes to show that there's actually a bigger problem that we need to tackle. And I think the security services, as well as the political parties, plus their leadership, have to also, when I know they'll all be taking stock after today, when they are putting their reports together and all of that. I think they should put election security and ensuring that, some of these incidents don't repeat themselves, because they mar the democracy. We've been in 30-year democracy. And within the West Africa sub-region, everybody holds Ghana up there when it comes to democracy.
Democracy, it's true.
Smooth transition of power. Look at everything that's happening to our neighboring countries. All our neighboring countries.
It's true.
The transition is always problematic. You have one president wanting to skew the constitution to stay longer. In Ghana, every 8-year cycle, from 1992 to this point, there's always going to be a change of power. It's like it's given. It's like it's standard.
Yeah. Mostly after they've served their the first 4 years, if they go for another 4 years, you realize that Ghanaians get fed up with them, so they need change. So you realize that
it's always rest assured that after that 8-year cycle,
you have to
leave.
That
fatigue gets in them. Like, okay, you've done 8 years, it's okay.
Move for another person,
else, go. And I think that's one of the beauty of our democracies as well. Yeah, and I think that was also the challenge. And it's very interesting. I just want to point out, I think it's very interesting that the NPP abandoned their break the 8 mantra, particularly when John Dramani Mahama was given number 8.
Yeah.
So if you notice, they switched their sloganeering
from breaking the 8,
utterance, from breaking the 8 to now it is possible, and slogan, let's save free SHS. The moment they went for that balloting, the NPP had 1 and the NDC had 8. And even following the death of the late Ekiadonko, when she was on number 3, look at how that was playing out. So it was looking like either the NDC was either going to come up, go down. Eventually, the EC had to hold his horses and say, okay, Ekiadonko will still remain, which for me was a bit weird. Because ordinarily, what needed to be done was her name would have been, sort of cancelled out on the sheet. But to keep it there...
I think I understand why the EC did it. See, at that point, campaigning had started. People had started advertising their positions.
The money had already gone into this.
It would not have helped much if the EC decided that, okay, we would rearrange. I don't think that would have helped. It was just okay. like they did, left her face there. Maybe they could have just done it as a blank.
Yes,
But
yes,
but I mean, it's fine. At least we don't know anyone who's voted for her.
Yeah.
There's no result like that anywhere. It was not even counted.
Yeah.
I'm sure they just added it as spoiled ballots, if anybody did. So that made sense, especially because of how close the elections was at the time. Ikeadonko died. There was no need to have gone on to go and say, okay, because Ikeadonko is no longer there and we are disqualified the candidate of that party, then we drop people or move people upwards in terms of their numbering. So those kinds of things, I get why the EC did that, and I think that it was an okay thing. There was nothing wrong. Otherwise, it would have maybe caused even more problems then than now.
But Paz, let me just quickly, do you think the fact that NDC had number 8, then the NPP's mantra was breaking the 8, sort of, played out in a very funny way, because they were all looking to break the 8.
Yes, and then this time around, the person you're trying to
effectively gives him the 8.
Yeah.
And then John Mahama being number 8, with the NPP saying that they want to break the 8. So it looks like, please don't choose, maybe choose number 8. If anyone has a special number, maybe if it's number 7, you might as well
come to think of it, it's weird though.
Yes, it is.
I believe they were expecting NDC to go to a different number, but not 8. This is the 8 we are trying to break. And then the person we do not even want to come into power has now gone for that number.
Yeah, and I think some of the public sentiments too were like, you have 12 people on the ballot sheet. 12.
Yeah, long.
I cast my ballot.
The longest sheet
I
ever,
cast
I
my
guess.
votes for the first time.
Oh, this year?
Yes, it was actually my first time.
Oh. We should be
What happened?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, tell us about your experience. How was it?
So being a first-time voter at my age, I mean, it was different. So I went to my polling station in Jowlu. So I was covering Odududu. So I drove to Jowlu to now cast my ballot. So I went to the first polling center, and then I didn't find my name. So I was like,
what's happening?
like, is this a sign or something?
That you're not supposed to
I was
vote.
very rest assured that that polling center I was going, I think I was going to polling center A. I was rest assured my name was there. So they looked through, they were like, please, your name is not here. I said, hey, what's happening? So I went to 2, they can't find my name. And I said, ask for number 3. They have to find my name. And funny enough, when I went and the EC attendant was there, she just opened, I mentioned my name, and she just opened, and there was my name. So I actually saw my name. I said, that is my name. And I said, that is actually my name. So I asked her, because I lost my voter ID card, but I was able to still vote. So
that's one of the things.
Yeah, and
that
I think that was
really
a very
helped.
interesting thing that happened. I think that's the reason why the Ghana card had become a very integral part for the Akufo-Addo Bawumia administration, because I think merging that data, particularly with your SNIT ID, with your bank account, it sort of gives you like a digital footprint. So even if anyone is looking for you or information on you, particularly on the government, but I think that is easy to find, but I think that has also brought up some challenge, because there's an argument that why a political party is sending me text messages and asking me to come and vote.
Yes.
Who is selling my data? Is my telco selling my data? I think that's also another challenge.
Forgetting that they enter their data when applying for the Ghana card.
I think it seems a bit weird that a political party will have your data and be sending you a text message asking you to go out and vote for them. And it wasn't NPP NDC. I was home and I received a message that Mahama was going to Katamanso. I don't live in Katamanso. So, I found out that, it was just, they having an edge. And it was a way of them also reaching a certain demographic, because they realized that we need all the numbers. It doesn't matter where you live, where you are. Once we have your information and data, once you have your Ghana card, it provides us a digital footprint. And if we are looking for you, we'll find you. And I think that's what has helped the police too as well.
Yeah.
But
is it possible that when the Ghana card was introduced, we lost the benefit of the voter's ID card? Because some people I spoke to, they all complained, I can't find my voter's ID card. I can't find my voter's ID card. And I asked, but do you have your Ghana card? Oh yes, the Ghana card is here.
Yeah.
I always have it. But where is your voter's ID? I can't find it.
And I think it was because people were so used to the old voter ID card, and I think most of the banks at the time, the old voter ID card, which was the one that's plain white, not the one with the blue, with the new one. So that was accepted by banks, but I think with the new government that came in, they decided that they were going to, although we had a new voters ID card, they sort of invalidated that card as sort of like an identity footprint. And then they opted for the Ghana card because it had more features to provide, a better digital footprint where it's linked to your SNIT, it's linked to your bank, it's linked to anything digital that you do. It was easier with the Ghana card. So I think the features, and the Ghana card is not only a Ghana thing, it's more like an ECOWAS thing. So it's more like the passport that we have. So if you notice, most of the passports that we have, it's the same one that the Togolese have.
Yeah.
All the ones in the West Africa sub-region. Nigeria also has a similar one, just that maybe the color of the booklet is different. So I think the introduction of the Ghana card really helped, because without my Ghana card, I wouldn't have been able to cast. So the league just took my Ghana card.
Just to confirm the name.
Just to confirm that it's me, like I'm the one.
Well, I wasn't even asked about my Ghana card. I just mentioned my name.
And then then I went to the BVD. It just took a few seconds, a thumbprint, took a few seconds, and then I went to cast my ballot. I didn't spend more than 10 minutes there. So I think this year, in terms of going out and casting the ballot, it was smooth. But I think we have to talk about voter apathy. A lot of people didn't seem to go out to vote.
Yeah, this time around, the turnout was low. Yeah, the turnout was low.
There was a lot of voter apathy in the system, particularly for this election. It's like, okay, I'm too angry, because the numbers we are seeing is reflective of the mood of the country.
But
because how does it?
Was it not also because of the day it happened? It was a Saturday.
We've always voted on Saturdays.
No, we've not. We've only voted on Saturdays on a Saturday once before in the past. Now, we shouldn't rule out the fact that Saturdays to people have things to do. People go to places. People travel for certain reasons. People could have had funerals on Saturday.
But this election was very peculiar. The reason I say that was we had a holiday leading up to the election.
Okay.
Pauli,
okay, sure.
Go ahead, just complete it.
Yeah, so we had a holiday, to allow for people to sort of rest. So we had the Friday holiday, which was supposed to be the Farmers' Day. So that in itself gave some leverage and preparation in the minds of many people that, okay, if my vote is in, let's say, Kumasi, I would have that time, on that Friday, I'll have that time to go to Kumasi, rest, sleep, wake up in the morning, cast my ballot, and I'm back to Accra on Sunday.
Maybe people didn't just want to vote.
No, but like I'm saying, I think these numbers, these figures that we're seeing, like I say, I'm still very curious. I want to see the figures from the EC.
Okay, guys, so the EC chair is in now.
Finally?
Yeah, she's finally in at 5.
Deliver the inevitable.
At 5:35. So I'm handing over to George AC to take over now.
Thank you very much. Shall we have our seats? We would like to start this program with an opening prayer by Reverend Ikuya Oforiboatin.
Let us bow our heads and pray. Heavenly Father, you have said in your word that many are the plans of men, but it is the counsel of the Lord that will stand. We thank you, Lord, that you have spoken in our nation today. It is our prayer that as you have commanded us, that it is you that establishes leaders, that you will pour out your mercy and your grace on all of us as a nation, on our leaders. We thank you, Father, for this time where we declare what you have spoken. We ask, Lord, that your presence be with us. May the words of our mouths and the meditation of all our hearts be pleasing and acceptable to you. O Lord, you are our strength and you are our Redeemer.
I would like to acknowledge the presence of a few dignitaries. I'll start with the special representative of the Secretary General, UNOWAS, Mr. Leonardo Santos Simao. We have with us the Deputy Head of Mission, ECOWAS delegation, led by His Excellency Babukar Blaise Jani. We also have with us in the National Collation Center, the UN Representative Coordinator, Ghana, His Excellency Mr. Charles Abani. We have delegation from ECONEC. We also have with us the USA Ambassador. Accompanying the USA Ambassador is the British High Commissioner to Ghana. Now I'm coming home. Before I come home, we have delegation from the Commonwealth. Head of delegation, thank you very much. We have a team from the Association of African Elections Authorities here with us. We also acknowledge the presence of ECONEC delegation if they are here, as well as the AU reps here. Thank you very much. Now I'll come home. With us, we have directors and deputy directors from the Electoral Commission of Ghana. Can we see you? Can we see you and we? Please. Now I go to the commission members. Here with us is Commission Member Professor Peter Apiahene. Also here at the high table, we have Commission Member Hajia Salima Sani Mahama. The one who said the prayer is a commission member, and she is Reverend Ikia Ofori-Boateng. Thank you. I'm told the EU Ambassador to Ghana is also here. And the Director of USAID is also here. I would like to introduce another Commission member, Ms. Ajua Isiama Abrefa. And now I go to the executive commissioners. At the high table, we have Deputy Chair in charge of Corporate Service, Dr. Bosman Eric Asare. Deputy Chair in charge of Operations, Mr. Samuel Tete, is also here with us. And the chairperson, the returning officer, Mrs. Jane Adukwe-Mensah, is here. In addition, I would like to acknowledge some few people here. Reps of the National Peace Council, representative of domestic observer groups. I can see Mr. Ayin here, the National Coordinator of CODIO. reps of other international observers, members of both local and international press and media houses. Shall we see your hands? The local and international press houses with us. And last but not the least, I would like to acknowledge the supporting staff, members of the security services, as well as the members of the ambulance services that were able to come on short call. Thank you very much for coming. And now, the reason why we are here. I have the singular honor to cede the podium or the mic to the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and the returning officer for the presidential elections, Madame Jean Mensah.
Should I go to the podium? Let us go to the podium.
A good evening to all of you, our distinguished guests. To God be all the glory. Great things he has done, and greater things he will do. We thank the good Lord for making it possible for us to witness this day. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been 48 hours since the close of polls on Saturday, the 7th of December, 2024. The voters of Ghana have spoken. They have expressed their choice at the polls, and that choice will today be upheld by the Electoral Commission of Ghana. As a commission, we have fulfilled our vowed aspiration to imbibe transparency, accountability, inclusiveness, and responsiveness at the heart of all our operations. And I can confidently say that with the help of God, we have fulfilled these aspirations and the expectations of the citizenry. We have conducted elections that are credible, fair, transparent, and peaceful. Elections that have ensured that the will of the people as expressed at the polls. The elections that have guaranteed that every vote counts. As a country, we take pride in the fact that our electoral processes, initiated since 1992, uphold and guarantee the voter's choice. We take pride in the fact that the voter's choice, as expressed at the polls, is sacrosanct. Ladies and gentlemen, the last 4 years have been spent in injecting and infusing 4 key elements into every aspect of our work. And those elements are transparency, accountability, responsiveness, and inclusiveness. As such, we started the year poised and ready to conduct credible elections. We were conscious that elections were an event and not a process. This resolve led us to undertake several transformational decisions, including the re-exhibiting of the Provisional Voters Register for the first time in our history, when concerns were raised about its credibility, as well as opening up the IPAC meetings to the citizenry by allowing the live coverage of all IPAC meetings. Indeed, the decisions to re-exhibit the Provisional Voters Register to allow a further review by political parties and the citizenry, as well as the demystification of the IPAC meeting, has helped diffuse the tensions that were brewing around the Provisional Voters Register. Ultimately, Those two decisions restored the confidence of the citizens in the voters' register and cemented Ghana's peace. Again, in the spirit of responsiveness, when complaints were made about the 50 pesos charged voters for the verification of their registration details online, the Commission waived the fee and allowed voters to verify their details at no cost. In line with our determination to ensure the credibility of the 2024 election, when the Commission received information of the leak of a single defaced ballot paper, the Commission acted swiftly and destroyed ballots for both Western and Eastern regions. This bold determination and this bold decision was based on our determination to uphold the integrity of the election at all costs. In less than 1 week, the Commission printed new ballot papers for both regions and went on to successfully hold the special voting 2 days ahead of the main election. As a Commission, our singular message to our teams at all levels has been clear. It is that our mandate is not to make anyone a president or a member of Parliament, but rather to conduct and undertake credible and transparent elections and electoral processes which uphold the voters' choice and lead to acceptable and peaceful electoral outcomes. Today, our resolve has paid off. We have conducted elections that are fair, elections that are free, elections that are credible, elections that are transparent, elections that are peaceful, and elections whose outcomes are acceptable by all. So transparent are our processes that any interested political party, media house, or citizen could collate with near precision the results of the election, attesting to the resilient and robust processes built over the years. And we witnessed this with the concession of the Vice President, even before the declaration of the results by the Electoral Commission. Ladies and gentlemen, the testimonies on election day also attest to the efficient, robust, and resilient processes we put in place. Many citizens testified to the seamless processes they witnessed at the polling stations. The average time spent at the polling station was around 5 minutes compared to several hours and several minutes prior to the 2020 election. Citizens also attested to the efficiency of the biometric voter devices, the biometric verification devices employed to ensure that every man has one vote. The system worked efficiently and ensured that the voter who registered was indeed the person who voted. We are confident that the 2024 election will further cement trust in our electoral processes and reduce the suspicions that typically characterize elections on the continent. At this juncture, I would like to thank all of you who journeyed with us to ensure the success of the 2024 election. To our staff, both permanent and temporary, we say, Ayiko, you have worked hard, put in long hours, plowed the field, and done the spade work at the risk of your own lives to bring us a successful outcome. Our hearts go out to our staff who were manhandled during this time. We wish you well, and we ask the good Lord to bless all of you. To our media partners who have journeyed with us and enabled us to bring the commission to the doorstep of every Ghanaian, we say thank you. To the Ghana Police Service and to our partner, the National Peace Council, we say Ayiko. We thank all of you, the good citizens of Ghana, who have believed in us and allowed us to serve you. To our dear families and friends who have journeyed with us every step of the way, we thank you for your support, your prayers, your encouragement, and your advice. We are conscious that we could not have achieved this success without the help of the Almighty God, our anchor, without whom we could have done nothing. We remain eternally grateful, and I say thank you, Jesus. To all our observers from the ECOWAS, from the African Union, from the ECONEC, from the Commonwealth Secretariat, from the West Africa Elders Forum, supported by the Good Luck Jonathan Foundation, from the National Peace Council, from CODEO, from the Association of African Election Authorities, from the European Center for Election Systems, from International IDEA, Frimpong Manso Institute, IDEG, and to electoral commissioners from election management bodies in Africa, namely Uganda, Gambia, Kenya, Liberia. We say thank you for your support. We wish you all Godspeed back home. As the returning officer for the presidential election and in fulfillment of my mandate as enshrined in law, I will now declare the outcome of the 2024 election. It is important to note that per Regulation 63.3 of the 1992 Constitution of Ghana, the winner of the presidential election must obtain at least 50% plus 1 at the polls to be declared the winner of the election. We have collated the presidential results from all 16 administrative regions, of which 267 of the 276 constituencies have been captured. We have not been able to receive results from 9 constituencies because our offices have been besieged by political party supporters, making it impossible to complete the collation process. That notwithstanding, the presidential results from the 267 constituencies, including the newly created one constituency, clearly established the winner of the 2024 presidential election. Simply put, even if all the votes from the 9 constituencies were added to the candidate who placed second, it will not change the outcome of the election. It is important to note that the Commission will update the records on receipt of the presidential results from the 9 outstanding constituencies. Ladies and gentlemen, now to the results of the 2024 presidential election. And the results will be announced based on the positions of the presidential candidates on the ballot. Mahama Bawumia of the NPP obtained 4,657,304, being 41.61%. Daniel Augustus Latte Jr. of the DCPP obtained 16,673, being 0.15%. Christian Kwabena Andrews of the Ghana Union Movement obtained 16,461, being 0.15%. Kofi Apalu of the LPG obtained 5,219, being 0.09%. Mohamed Frimpong of the National Democratic Party obtained 4,413, being 0.04%. Nana Akosua Frimpong of the CPP obtained 23,397, being 0.21%. Mr. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC obtained 6,320, sorry, 6 million. Let me take that again. Mr. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC obtained 6,328,397. And I'd like to repeat that. Mr. John Dramani Mahama of the NDC obtained 6,328,397, being 56.55%. Mr. Hassan Ayarega of the APC obtained 17,461, being 0.16%. Mr. Kofi Kranting, independent candidate, obtained 3,320, being 0.03%. Mr. George Tumberima Edu, independent candidate, obtained 3,091, being 0.02%. Nana Kwame Biediaku, independent candidate, obtained 84,478, being 0.05%. Mr. Alan Kojo Tremanting, independent candidate, obtained 31,202, being 0.28%. The total valid votes cast add up to 11,191,422. Total rejected votes 239,109. Total votes cast 11,430,531. It's important to mention that the total registered voters add up to 18,774,159. And the percentage voter turnout based on the 267 constituencies stands at 60.9%. 60.9% based on the 267 constituencies. And as I mentioned, this does not include the 9 constituencies whose results we are yet to receive. Ladies and gentlemen, as mentioned earlier, results from the 9 constituencies are still as outstanding. The 9 constituencies are Ewutu Senya East, in Sawam, Aduajiri, Akwetia, Suhum, Techiman South, Domi Kwabenya, Ablekuba North, Ahafo Anon North, and Damango. The total registered voters in all 9 constituencies add up to 947,116. In the event that all the valid voters from the 9 constituencies above voted for the candidate who placed second, the total number of votes he would garner would be 5,604,420, representing 46.17% of the total valid votes, which would have been 12,138,538. The inclusion of the outstanding constituencies would have given the leading candidate 52.13%, which is still greater than the 50% plus 1 required to be declared a winner. And so even with that scenario, he's clearly the winner of the 2024 election. In the light of the above, ladies and gentlemen, I have the singular honor as the returning officer of the 2024 presidential election to declare His Excellency John Dramani Mahama as the winner of the 2024 presidential election and the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana with a total percentage of 56.55%. Congratulations, sir. It is finished. Thank you very much.
that address as well. He's going to address the country at 7 p.m. And then also we'll bring you other sights and scenes from across the country, from town, from the EC. We'll get the reactions as and when they come in. Guys, so Dramani Mahama has been announced. New president, waiting. How I mean,
yeah, like I said, I mean, this was like inevitable. Finally, the EC chair has announced it's important to know that this is just
67. She was saying that even if you should add the 9 to it, it will still not change it.
Yes, exactly. So like I was saying, like everything that happened on Saturday, so basically they had no other path. Now, it now paints a better picture of what John Mahama has done in this particular election, which is by sweeping literally the entire thing. This is Donald Trump-like behavior. These results are like, this is what we call the red GhanaWeb. And you can tell from 4,657,300,000 for Dr. Mahama, basically about 41.6 to John Dramani Mahama, 628,397. The difference here is about to win an election by doing this number. I don't know. I don't know what kind of magic you have to do. Yes. Over 1 million. Yes. And they've held that figure for the last 8 years. We need them because in 2016 they finished your by edging you by 1 million votes. Now, John Mahama was second time. This is the way, and the reason why I say when you go back to because they are now seeing a sort of wave coming from places like Florida, Texas, and it was just sweeping them. So all the gains, all the blue, the data you were seeing that was the blue, which was calling for the Democrats, there was now the red wave now sweeping that entire thing. By the time that map, that electoral map was done, which was needed about 350 or 370 to claim the presidency, it was just unprecedented. And I'm sure she's not been able to recover from that loss. Now, the reason I'm putting this into context is, with this kind of performance that the NDC has done, both on the parliamentary and the presidential, this is just 276.
267.
267. By the time we reach 276 constituencies, I think John Mahama will be doing a lot of damage to Dr. Bawumia's presidential. I mean, when it comes to the trends, the MPP would now have to go back, sit down, probably reflect on what has happened from Saturday to this point. They'll probably have to take stock of the things that, because this data that we're seeing, this figure that we're seeing, is just, I mean, it hasn't happened before. we had what, 8 elections since 1992.
This is the 9th one.
This is the 9th one. Funny enough, we're going to have the 9th parliament with the 2/3, with a possible 2/3 of a majority. Now we're going to see Donald Trump literally also has the same figure at the current moment when the November 5th election was held in America. He swept Kamala Harris, complete sweep off. It was a landslide. There was no way. They were hoping for Nevada, Pennsylvania to come and give them the pathway to the presidency. Donald Trump just locked all those places now. Now he has unwielded power. He has the executive, he has the legislature, and imagine Donald Trump with this level of power. Now, putting it in a Ghanaian context, we are hoping here in Ghana that irrespective of this overwhelming victory, we would have a president who is more presidential. Because let's be all honest, in the last couple of years, some of the utterances from President Akufo-Addo have not been great. And I don't think it has helped his party one way or the other, particularly when it comes to national issues, like we spoke about the MEPE issue and all of that. And I think this is a referendum on President Akufo-Addo. Some argue that it has nothing to do with Dr. Bawumia. He's a vice president, and he's the second when Akufo-Addo is not around. But this is literally the referendum. This is the people of Ghana speaking and letting you know loud and clear that this is what we feel about you and your party. So now the NPP will have to now go back and take stock of the things that have happened from December 7th to this point and do a proper, sober reflection. Perhaps, I don't know what their strategy is going to be like from now to the next 4 years. We'll have to wait and see. But for me, this is an unprecedented landslide win. We have even called just 267. Imagine when we get to 276.
This will be unprecedented. And look, let me just bring you to the numbers actually. The actual numbers here. So we, like Jean Mensa has already announced, it's John Mahama has 6.328397 votes, 56.55. I mean, all the analysis were the American thing. I mean, we'll come back to that conversation because there's also that theory that any time America votes, how the elections turn out is what is decided here. I don't know how well or not, how scientific that is, but it's always been the case.
Some pastors will beg to differ.
Well, that's the thing. But let me give you the entire figures from the top. Mahmoud Bawumia, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia had 4,657,304 votes, representing 41.61%. Daniel Latte of the GCPP, 16,673, that's 0.15%. Goom, Chabosom's party, Ghana Union Movement, has 16,461, representing also 0.15%. Percival Kofi Akpalu of the, what's Akpalu's party? LPG, Liberal Party.
With a very funny motto.
He had 5,219, 0.09%. That's for him. After Akpalu, we have 4,413. That's for Mohamed Frimpong of the NDP. 4,413. That's 0.04%. Then the CPP's Nana Akosua Frimpong Kuma, she polled 23,397 votes, representing 0.21%. Then John Dramani Mahama of the NDC, 6,328,397, representing 56.55%. Hassan Ayariga of the APC polled 17,461, representing 0.16%. Kofi Kranting, who is an independent candidate, he polled 3,320 votes, representing 0.03%. George Chum Berima Edu, also an independent candidate. He had 3,091 votes, representing 0.02%. Then Nana Kwame Bediako is also an independent candidate. He had 84,478 votes, representing 0.05%. And then the last person on that ballot is Alan John Kwejo Chemante of the Movement for Change. He had 31,202, representing 0.28%. So that makes Nana Kwame Bediako the third highest third highest performer in this election. He had 84,478. You can comfortably call him the third place person or the third force, even with his new force movement.
Before we go to the voter turnout, I want us to discuss Jane Nana or Nana Jane. You know, she's making history, or the country is making history by electing her as the first female vice president. And it actually says a lot.
Yes, it does.
When especially many people thought that, hey, it was a bad pairing for
the second time.
Yes.
Actually, the first one, I mean, people were like, okay, let's wait and see how this is going to pan out.
Yeah.
It didn't work out. So a lot of the criticism started going towards the flag bearer for making a choice. But he stuck to his guns.
Yeah.
John Mahama stuck to his guns and said, this was my candidate in 2020. I'll still stand by. And I think that kind of shows decisiveness. I made a decision in 2020. 2024, I still want to stick by that decision. And it's paid off.
Yeah.
And it's paid off overwhelmingly. Because now we're going to have the first female vice president, which is historic. We've never had that.
We've never had that before.
And also, it's also historic that the NDC will be having majority, a certain level of women in parliament.
So I guess this particular one, we're making history.
Yes, and we don't know how the ministerial appointment, I'm sure some people are lobbying behind the scenes.
Obviously.
Okay.
Right after this announcement, we're going to be seeing some women appointees, particularly in this government. So we have a female vice president, we have female members of parliament for the majority side, potential ministers as well. So we're going to have a lot more of the women representation,
more light to be thrown,
which we've always wanted to close in our parliament. Yes, which we've always, and you know, our speaker, Speaker Gbagbo, which is of the 8th Parliament, has always been someone who has championed this
women empowerment,
this agenda that we need to have more women at the seat of decision making. Because with women, I mean, literally everything just, you know, clicks. Sometimes with the men, sometimes.
Look, and I'm saying that it's a good time for her.
It brings some level of sanity into the system.
Because you know that we've had women presidents across. The very recent one is from Namibia.
Yeah.
They have a female president.
Yes.
So Ghana is at the point of vice president.
Yes.
That means we are inching closer to having a woman become president one day in future.
Yeah.
This is good for us.
Yeah.
And I think that it also is good for affirmative action because, like we mentioned, I don't know about the total numbers now. I don't know whether this time we'll have more women in parliament or not, even though the NPP has lost a greater part of their women representation in parliament.
The NDC have had, but the
NDC too has had more. So we'll have to check the numbers and see, possibly because this current parliament has 40 women who are MPs in parliament. You see the thing? So that's the thing.
So,
very historic
from academia to politics, she in 2013, when she was appointed the Minister for Education under John Mahama's presidency, she was appointed as the Minister for Education in 2013. And during her time in office, significant strides were made in education, including the abolition of makeshift schools under trees, the construction of modern facilities, and the provision of free textbooks and school uniforms. In 2020, she made history again as the NDC's vice presidential candidate, becoming the first woman nominated for the position by a major political party. So we're looking at her significance of this election. Professor Opoku Agyeman's election marks a monumental step for Ghana and serves as an example for the African continent. Her expertise in education and public service positions her to champion initiatives in education reform, gender equality, and youth empowerment.
Yeah, I think I'm very interested with this win for Professor Jane, because, correct me if I'm wrong, I think she'll also be the first professor that would have as a vice president in this country. So I'm sure those in academia would really be happy with this win, because I mean, we know that what it means to be a professor. It takes, I mean, you have to, attaining higher education is very important for everybody. Attaining that level of being a professor, I mean, that means you've gone at great strength and length to secure being a professor. So it will be very interesting. And she's also someone who champions education, because she's been in the education sector as well. So we'll have to wait and see how they're also going to manage the free SHS. John Mahama said that he's not cancelling the policy. What he's saying is we're going to review. So we'll have to wait and see how they're going to utilize what that review is going to look like, and in what form as well, and what role she will also play in that as well.
Yeah, because her decisions will be pivotal in shaping the nation's future, especially when it comes to education.
So once again, it's official. John Dramani Mahama has been declared the president-elect of the 2024 election. He's won by 56.55% of the total votes that were cast. Let me just give you a fair idea of how people voted. I mean, in general, we've mentioned the actual numbers for each of the political parties. Now, let me give you a fair idea. In total, there were 11,191,422 votes in total. But the total rejected ballots were 239,109. This is something we still need to talk about, because more and more we see that's a lot of rejected ballots. 239,109. Now, total cast votes that were cast actually on Saturday were 11,430,531. So those were the total number of votes that were cast. But total rejected as well. Total registered
18 million.
18 million. There were 18 million people were expected to at least go vote.
But just quickly, before you go on, I find that figure to be very interesting. We had about 11 million casting their vote, but on the register we have about 18 million people. And the turnout is 60.9. So this paints another picture about the voter apathy thing I was talking about. A lot more people were like, I will not participate in this. Because having 60% in an election of this magnitude, where the winner of the election is clinching almost 60%.
60%,
That means that, like I said, this is more of the indication of the referendum on the current government and how people actually feel about them. And that's what elections are about. It's about the will of the people. They put you on the chipping block and say, okay, we'll decide. We like you, yes or no. Ordinarily, that's how referendums take place. So this is a referendum of, and with these figures that they're seeing, I'm sure they'll be crunching these numbers and be wondering, where did we go wrong? What happened? What did we do? Was the campaign strategy not nice? Bringing, did we deploy the right resources? Did we have the right people on the campaign trail? And not for both parties, the NDC will be looking, what did we do right? What did we do wrong? What could we have done better? So it'll be very interesting to see. I'm sure in the next few days we'll be having a series of press conferences from both the NPP and the NDC. One party will be doing reflection, another will be, we'll be jubilating. But we'll have to wait and see what kind of utterance those two parties will be taking, because now it's been declared. Like I said, it's a competition. There's always going to be a winner and there's always going to be a loser. Now we have to move forward as a country. This is not time for MPP, NDC. It's about moving forward. How best can we, maximize this opportunity? Because the economic crisis still exists. Nothing is going to change.
Nothing has changed.
The cedi is still depreciating anyway. Nothing is going to change. The import duties are still high. We'll have to wait and see whether the NDC is going to repeal some of the taxes that they said they were going to repeal, the COVID levy, the betting tax. We'll have to wait and see. But I think we'll also need some level of patience. We have to be measured in our expectation. Because John Mahama has 4 years. The damage that's been done to this economy
can be fixed in 4 years.
From us business journalists, from everything that is taking place, the damage, the level of damage, it will not take 4 years to solve this issue. So we'd also have to be patient. But like I said, we are hoping to get a much more matured president in John Dramani Mahama. You may have voted for him. You may not have voted for him, but he's the president. He's our president.
Yes.
You understand? He's the leader of the country. So I think we just need to make sure that moving forward, we would hold our leaders accountable. You understand? Ensuring that whatever they said in their manifestos, are they doing it? You understand? And that is also an onus to us as journalists as well, where we have to also hold them accountable, both ruling party and opposition. We still have to, do our work objectively as well. So, like I said, this is a referendum. A yes or no vote has been decided.
Yeah.
The people of this country have spoken. If you didn't turn out to vote anyway, someone voted on your behalf.
Yeah. And every decision they will take from here would affect you.
And that's the beauty of a democracy.
Yes.
If you don't participate in it, And funny enough, when I voted yesterday, after voting,
Even on Saturday.
on Saturday, I just had a reflection. I was like, so why haven't I participated in any election? And I'm doing this, like this is my first time voting. And I was like, okay, I really hope it's worth it anyway. And I'm sure that's what the good people of this country are waiting for. That whatever votes they cast, whoever they voted for, it better be worth it.
Yeah.
Would it also be about motivation? Like people are not motivated to even step out there to go and vote?
I don't think it's...
Or they just do not want the MPP, NDC, so they will not even go out there to even vote.
I don't think it's got anything to do with... I think there's just a general fatigue.
Tired of
it's
the
a
system.
wave, and it's not even a Ghana thing.
Okay.
If you look across other countries, this year in particular is a year of elections. A lot of countries have had elections. Most of the outcomes of those elections, the US elections, they went back. It's like going back to what you're familiar. In Ghana here, we call it Sankofa. We call it Sankofa here.
Yeah, because
people
Trump
went
is
back because people went back for Donald Trump, not because of the way he is, but because they felt more safer. Under his,
He's the one we know.
Yes.
He's been with us before. So we'll not go for someone.
And not just that, and that brings my point to the economy. The moment you touch people's pockets, they begin to, there's always going to be a reaction. I have this principle of thought that the moment you touch someone's family or you touch their money, the reactions that you get from that, you have zero control over that. And I'm putting it into the Ghanaian context because the moment people began to lose their investments, when the economic crisis happened, the government had to implement a debt exchange. The debt exchange had to happen anyway because it was a way to, bring the debt sustainable. Because the IMF, World Bank, they looked at it like, guys, your debt is very unsustainable. If you don't take it, you'll be plunged. You become like what, Greece. A couple of years, Greece's economy was just plunged. And that is where we were going. So the government had to now come in and do the domestic debt exchange by, trading off people's investments, giving them haircuts, and all of that. Although there was a huge uproar about the haircuts, because we were initially told by the president that there was not going to be people's haircuts. So people have not been able to access their investments, their pension funds. These are our parents. This is us. Even us here in the studio, we're all affected by the domestic debt exchange. We all received haircuts on our investments, on our pension funds. There was a haircut. So this, like I said, this referendum is a reflection of the apathy, the anger that people have been feeling about the ruling MPP government. And I'm sure this is going to send a message to them. When they are doing their reflection, they'll be sober. I'm sure they'll be humble. They'll probably take stock of everything that's happened And like I said, in America, people went back to Donald Trump because under Donald Trump's economy, it was safe.
Yeah.
Although the COVID came to disrupt him and all of that and gave the opportunity to Joe Biden, the verdict on Joe Biden was worse because at the latter part of Joe Biden's presidency, a lot of the opinion polls that the Americans were having, they were okay with him being the president, but they were not okay with his handling of the economy. So a lot of the poll numbers that were coming from America, from CNN, CBS, all the top polls, were signaling that the Americans were dissatisfied with the handling of the American economy by Joe Biden. And if his vice president, which is Kamala Harris, is putting herself forward as the next leader, it is reflective of the person who is leading you and you are behind.
Yeah.
So like I said initially, that sometimes it's not so much about Dr. Bawumia. It's about who is the one he is behind. And that is what we are seeing in the numbers that are reflected. So basically, like I said, it's the referendum on Nana Akufo-Addo's presidency. And so that's why I am of the belief that it may not so much be about, because let's say, for instance, places like Adentan, the parliamentary election, look at the number of the billboards that Cozy. I rarely saw a billboard of Ramadan. And you ask yourself, and it was so obvious, everybody knew that Cozy was going to secure that election. But on Saturday, look at how everything played out. So this is the kind of voter apathy that we're talking about. And I'm sure the parties, like I said, as they are taking stock, some of these data and information will be coming to them and all of that.
We need to also mention that there are 9 outstanding constituencies, and the total vote from those places would add up to 947,916.
There's still a lot
so
more
there
to
are places,
go. Yeah, there's still a lot more to go.
So there are places like Ewutu Senya East, Sawam, Adoejiri, Akwetia, Dongwa, Kwameya, there's Suhum, there's Ablekuma, one of the Ablekuma places, and then Damongo as well. I mean, those are just a few of those places. 9 constituencies. Now, what we are waiting for is to hear from
the president-elect.
Yes, the president-elect. Yeah, so basically what that means is everything is in motion. He effectively begins to get access to things that ordinarily presidents would. So his family is going to now have an extra protection.
I'm sure right from now,
right from the moment that declaration has been, that protection is being, I'm sure the IGP and his team have reached out. I'm sure the military top brass will have, but we still have Nana Akufo-Addo as still the the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, as well as the president. And I'm sure as the weeks or the days would see a meeting between Nana Akufo-Addo and John Mahama, which is the tradition that we've always had, that once a new president is elected, the new president visits the outgoing president. You understand?
Yeah, I get it.
And so more like the changing of the guard, sort of. So I'm sure we'll be seeing a meeting.
And this will be the second time the two of them will be meeting in that fashion.
2016.
Even though it was the reverse.
2016 they met, yes, the other way. So we're going to see a reverse of the pictures. The pictures that we have from 2016, we'll now see.
But it's interesting. Akufo-Addo goes to visit John Mahama.
Yes.
Because he's taking over. And now, because John Mahama was leaving at the time.
Yes.
And now Akufo is going to be leaving, and then John Mahama is going to go back. That's a twisted side of.
Very twisted, but I think that's the beauty of the democracy in Ghana here. Like I said, from 1992 to this point, we've had about 9 elections. This is our 9th.
Yes.
A historic one. Very Donald Trump-like figures that would ordinarily not see, and a very low turnout.
Very low.
Very, very low turnout. And and it was reflective in even the stronghold of the ruling government, that they ordinarily would churn about 1 million from the Ashanti region or so on a regular day. But from the numbers that we are seeing, it didn't even look like they were even close to that figure.
I see. I'm just trying to pull up the voter turnout in Ghana in 2020, just to see what that looked like as against this time. Okay, I'll try and get that. But I mean, I just wanted to see if the numbers then and now are any different.
Yeah,
because,
and I think
okay, turnout was 78.89.
So at least,
and that's in 2020. 78.89. Okay, that's quite high. And the total, I mean, I think in total there were 17 million registered people who voted, who were supposed to vote in that election.
Yeah.
But I think eventually we had what? Okay, my figures might be wrong, but I mean, but there was a total of 17 million people, and that year there was 78.89. It was almost 79% voter turnout.
Very, very, but to have 60.9 in 2024.
That's not even 60. That's 61%.
Yes,
right? I mean,
yes, basically, yes. So 61. It just goes to show that a lot more people were like, okay, I'll sit this one out.
Yeah.
I'd rather not even be bothered anyway.
Yep.
And I think that doesn't help for our democracy, because at the end of the day, even if you don't vote, someone will vote for you.
In 2000, that's the first time, the voter turnout was 62%, 62.0. And
2008.
No, that's 2000.
Oh, okay, 2000. Okay.
2004, I think it was 84.11. 2008, that's Atamils, it was 70.2. 2012, it was 80.1. I think that's when Atamils died.
Okay.
So, yeah. 2016 was 52.
You said 2012 was what?
2012 was 80.1%.
That's a high.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the highest so far, yeah. And 2016 is 52.48%.
That's a very interesting number.
But Patricia is
because
good.
In 2016,
okay.
In 2012, what was the figure?
In 2012, it was 80.01.
So that means that people went out in 2012 and said, "Hey, we are changing this thing.
Yeah.
This is the decision we are making." And then what did they do in 2016?
2016 was 52.48%.
That's a very interesting percentage right there, because it's not it's almost similar to 2024, the figure that we are seeing. So that means that in 2016, the referendum on John Mahama was very reflective of the 1 million that we saw in 2016 that gave MPP the presidency. So, like I said, it is a cycle. It's a cycle that keeps revolving.
Yeah.
If the referendum on you is not great,
the
people will be like, it's a simple choice, yes and no. Do we want you? Are you our leader? Yes or no? And that's that figure in 2050 something voter turnout. And in 2024, 8 years down the line from 2016, we're having 60.
Because in 2020, it was 77.47%. And it has dropped to 60.9% in 2024.
Yes. And I think we almost forgot something that the AC chairperson, Jane Mensah, mentioned, that the Guan constituency is back.
Yes.
Because this was a constituency where we had the people of Sao, Sancho Fi, Likpe, and...
Well, she mentioned a new constituency.
Yes, with the addition. She said the addition of Guan constituency. So basically it means that the Guan constituency
has been added now.
Has sort of been added. I think that makes it 276.
Okay.
I think we used to have ordinarily, we used to have 275.
Who is the MP there now? Elected MP there, Guan?
I think that's in the OT region.
Yes.
Okay,
we'll find that.
Yes.
That's interesting to learn.
Yeah, so Guan is in the OT region.
Okay. All right. So here again, we are still giving you all the numbers that have come from the Electoral Commission after the final declaration of the results from this 2024 general elections. It's been announced and official now that John Dramani Mahama will take up the presidency from January 7, 2025. This will be his second time as president after 8 years in the wilderness and coming back. So major comeback. This is a major comeback, but we have to speak. Let's go to John Mahama's office right now. We'll get you, since we're talking about John Mahama, we need to go to his office and then get you the excitement and all the sights and scenes from there. Also listen to John Mahama himself as he addresses the nation, as earlier advertised that he's going to address the nation. We'll go to the office there. Elsie is stationed there. She will give us the, we'll also give you some of the preparations that are going on at the place. I mean, John Mahama wants to address.
From your screens, you can see some happenings there.
Yeah, you can see I think some seats have been arranged in preparation for, I think, John Mahama to probably his family. And some, I see Professor Joshua Alabi.
Yeah, seated behind in his white kaftan here.
Oh, I even see Kesalatu Fosin. I think he's going there to exchange some pleasantries as well. Yeah, so I think we're basically seeing a lot more of the new government, the top brass within the incoming government, I must say. At the, I'm sure this is the office of of former President John Mahama.
I don't know if Akufo-Addo is going to call John Mahama. No, well, shouldn't that be the case?
I think now that it's been declared, well, I'm sure as in a couple of hours, I'm sure that phone call.
Or maybe he will address the nation.
Maybe it could be now.
Dr. Bamia has done his already.
But I mean, assistant president.
I believe he's going to address the nation. Like
yes,
fellow Ghanaians.
Well, he'll be addressing the country.
I said, I believe. I want to believe. Okay, let's say I believe that he's going to address.
But let's see. Well, anything is possible. I'm just thinking possibly Akufo-Addo would be calling John Mahama to congratulate him.
Yes,
this would be very interesting.
But you know, it's very interesting that in 2020, we never heard a concession speech from John Mahama. And here we are in 2024 talking about.
Times have changed.
Talking about
but is that not because of how the NDC imagined the 2020 elections went? You know, for a long time, the NDC believes that they did not lose that election.
Yeah.
Because even for the numbers that came from the Electoral Commission, they were not one number. Like, you know, now the EC chairperson has given us one figure. But in 2020, that was not the case.
But you see, beyond those figures, when the issue was sent to the Supreme Court, the NDC unfortunately could not provide the data to the court because it's a court of evidence. You can't show up to the court and just say that, oh, I believe I lost the election. What's the evidence that shows that you lost the election? Do you understand?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, so they could not present, and I think that election in 2020, although they made some gains, particularly in closing that 1 million gap from 2016, they now went back and said, guys, 1 million ways to win an election, 1 million strategies, 1 million people. So you could tell that the NDC this time around puts in a lot of work on the blind side of that. So, and if you listen to some of the top guys in the ruling party, you will notice that it is a tone of shock. Like they didn't see it coming. You know, like they didn't see what happened on Saturday. Like they didn't see, maybe they knew it was going to be tight, but they didn't see it in a way in which it panned out. You know, so like I said, in 2016, the verdict was out on John Mahama. A referendum was done. He was kicked out. He stayed back for 8 years. 2020 contested, was able to make some gains thereabouts. There was COVID as well, so there was also some level of advantage for the ruling government. Then the economic crisis comes in. Then paves the way for John, because if you check out some of the like I said, the utterances from some of the ruling class of the current government, you realize that they now begin to admit that there was a problem. We didn't pay attention to that problem. And I'm sure as they are taking stock, they'll be looking at what happened within that period.
Mauli, just to cut you short there, my colleague Elsie Lama is at John Mahama's new president's office. Hello, Elsie. Elsie, if you can hear me, can you update us? What's going on there? Elsie, tell me the mood at John Mahama's office. Elsie? What's happening?
All of you.
Hello?
Go behind the...
Okay, it looks like Elsie cannot hear me. So, yeah, guys.
That's it. And George has just posted the official figures. I mean, the actual sheet from the EC that shows the numbers
The
and
original
the
pink sheet.
original, the original figures, votes obtained in figures, the percentages, as we mentioned. So, Dr. Mahmoud Bamia has 41.61 from 4,657,304. John Dramani Mahama, the president-elect, has 6,328,397, representing 56.55%. I mean, so those are the figures. This, I'm still looking at the numbers, and it's a little unbelievable that
Yes, it is.
anyone, because
It actually is. Because to be away for 8 years
and come back
and do this when perhaps all the resources, all the odds, I mean, it's unimaginable.
You know, one thing I also have been thinking about, and I don't know if I saw so much of it, but we know the campaign of the NPP was more expensive.
Yes.
Yeah, than that of the NDC.
That of the NDC.
Yes.
So what was it?
And
No longer money?
And I think the NDC deployed a very smart strategy. What we are going to do.
Okay, Molly, Elsie is back on. Hello, Elsie. Elsie, if you can hear me, can you update us as to what's happening?
So we are currently here at the office of the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana, Mr. John Dramani Mahama. We are still waiting for his arrival. And
and for them. So, okay, all right. Well, very well. So this is what you have it there. They are so excited trying to demonstrate how the whole thing went. But the women here are still saying that for them they cannot wait for John Mahama to implement all the promises that he made to them and what made them vote for him. They are just waiting patiently so that their children that are finished with SHS will be able to enter into university free, as John Mahama predicted. They are also waiting for the
Election Command Center. What you're seeing right now are scenes of jubilation across the country. And this is a national reflection of the celebration of the announcement right now, not too long ago, by General Elections, the EC chair, confirming indeed that John Dramani Mahama is president-elect. 56.55% of the valid votes cast. And bear in mind, this is without 9 constituencies. 9 constituency results have not yet been added to the 56.55% that Jane Mensah just announced. So what that technically means is that all things being equal, this 56.55% that Jane Mensah announced will go up. Now, if that goes up, it clearly is on the path of John Mahama becoming the first president to win by the highest margin in our history, at least since 1996. And we're going to show that to you right now here on the Magic Wall on the Election Command Center. That is quite clear, not just about John Mahama making history as the first former president to come back, seek re-election, and have his running mate, who is now the vice president, that's Professor Jane Opoku-Agyeman, become the first female vice president of the Republic of Ghana. When you go to the numbers side as well, John Dramani Mahama is on the right path of making history as well when it comes to the numbers. Because if 56.55 is just as a result of 267 constituency results, 9 constituency results going to be added to it in the coming hours, or maybe just 24 hours ahead of us. And when that happens, we'll tell you the trend really does indicate that John Mahama, at least since 1996, is the president-elect with the highest percentage of victory. Quite apart from that, when you flip it around to the parliamentary as well, the NDC is on its way to become the political party with the highest number of the majority seats in the Fourth Republic, at least if you take out 1992. And in fact, even in 1992, when the MPP boycotted the parliamentary elections and wrote the stolen verdict, the NDC, led by the late Jerry John Rawlings, won 189 seats, 189 seats at the time. Because then you had the NCP and the Every Ghanaian Living Everywhere, like the Eagle Party, all winning some 8 seats. So that 189 seats in the 1992 election is well on its way to be challenged right now from what we're seeing. Because as we speak, and we're going to tell you in our balance of power, the number of seats that we here on the Election Command Center have tracked that the NDC is on its way to winning. And they pitched their target to 188 seats, just 1 seat shy of the 1992 seats of 189. But with what we are seeing right now, that could also be broken. Now, but we'll keep tabs on it. But stay with us here on your Election Command Center. We're going to be telling you all of that and how things are playing out. Quite apart from the numbers game in terms of the numerical representation and strength of the NDC in the 9th Parliament, they've also flipped an unprecedented number of...
Go out and express that anger.
Yeah.
That doesn't help our democracy in any way. Do you know how many people have been angry about something and, you know, in this country, and they just had to let it go? You know, like we always say in Ghana, we like Fama Nyame is the order of the day in Ghana. You understand?
Yep.
And this is not the time for us to go into the homes of members of parliament and go and vandalize and destroy things. These people, sometimes, some of them have families and all of that. You understand? So please, let's be measured in our jubilations and all of that. I mean, we understand the mode of the country. We know exactly where we are, where we used to be and where we are now and where we want to go. So it's very okay to, you know, celebrate and be in a jubilant mood. But let's be measured.
And the police should go out and arrest all of those people because these are state properties.
Exactly.
It's something that...
Yeah, if anyone destroys them, what will we use? How will we need them? You know, and I'm sure that's, like I said, that's the reason why a lot more of the shops, like I said, in Osu, I noticed they are closed.
Yeah, they need to
because of some of these things. Because if, let's say, it's a phone shop, and that phone shop, the entry doors are weak, people in jubilant mood would realize this is an opportunity.
Yeah.
We're going into this phone shop, ransack the shop, take everything that we want, which is not right, and that causes another security problem.
Yep.
So, like I said, post-election security is also very important. I'm sure we'll be hearing from the police in a couple of days what their modalities are to ensure that, you know, we have some level of peace, you know, moving on, because it's a transition process. From this declaration, it doesn't end there. January 7th, it doesn't end there. Beyond that, so it never ends. Yeah.
Well, so that's it. We're still waiting now to hear from John Dramani Mahama. He's at the office at Cantonment. That's John Dramani Mahama's office. It's been how many hours waiting? At least we saw earlier pictures from his home, I believe, where he was with his family. His wife, Lordina Mahama, was there. His children, Sharaf, one of his sons, who was very active in this campaigning season, was also the right on his left side. And after everything was declared, you could see how they were excited, hugging, kissing, and congratulating their father, Lordina, her husband. And that's it. We are hoping and expecting such jubilance, the jubilations to be extended to the office at Cantonment. So that as well. So you should see. And social media, what, US?
I mean, the use of social media.
Okay. We're going to talk about that as well. But we're just hoping that John Dramani Mahama would come soon.
Let's speak to the
7 o'clock, it's actually 7 p.m. now. Well, at least the people are seated. So this looks like they are going to be having the address shortly. Everyone
can we try and get Elsie back online?
So yes, because we need to know. So that's the thing. Would John Dramani Mahama is going to address the country? We'll hear from him. Yesterday was when that address was supposed to happen, but he said until the EC actually declared the results, he wouldn't want to come and address the country. Now everybody's waiting. It's evening, but we're all anticipated. Today is Monday from the weekend.
We've been here since Saturday.
Yes.
Been on the grounds, in the office, in constituencies.
I don't know if because yesterday Dr. Mahmoud Baumia actually considered around that time, that's made all of this process a little shorter for us. Otherwise, because this could have dragged even into tomorrow.
It could have even heightened the tensions in
the
country.
Yes, very much. Imagine there was nothing like that, and there were all these press conferences and all these accusations, counter accusations going on from there, here, and all of that. Well, so that's it. You can see the pulpit, the days at the office of the President-elect John Dramani Mahama.
Most of the members of the NDC in white.
Yes, and they're
reflecting the mood.
People are taking their own videos. Some are video calling others, showing them who is there, the mood, the excitement. I'm sure this is like the best place to be at right now in Ghana. That very location at Cantonment is the best place to be at right now as we speak to you. So John Dramani Mahama, President-elect of Ghana, with a total vote count of 6,328,397, 56.55. Mauli says it's flawless. So that's
I mean, if you're familiar with the game Mortal Kombat,
yes.
Once you beat your opponent, you hear the deep voice, flawless victory.
That's it.
So I think
Candy Crush also does the same. Excellent.
These are gamers.
But
gamers,
exactly. But I quickly want to talk about the use of social media, particularly in this election. I think it's played a very
huge role.
Huge role.
I mean, we've had people come out and say, "Oh, elections are not won on Twitter, or Facebook," but I think the base, propping the base on social media, particularly on X, which is formerly Twitter, has really helped both parties.
This thing is trending on Twitter, on X. It is finished.
Yes, that's what.
It is finished. Famous last words.
Yes,
it's finished.
Really famous last words. What are they trying to suggest?
It is finished. Congrats, President. It is finished. Coming back, they're asking, Charlotte say, because it is finished. Ghana is green.
Yeah, and you know, and like I was saying, I think a lot more of the parties, particularly the two major parties, had to deploy social media.
Yeah.
So we're seeing a lot of adverts that you ordinarily would not even see on social media, and people you are not even following. You understand? And you were and. Oh yeah, so we can see the congratulations.
Yeah,
it is finished.
It is. Jane Mensah ended her speech by saying, "It is finished." Indeed, it is finished. Ayezu, congratulations.
I wouldn't be surprised.
No. Like,
I wouldn't be surprised someone is going to frame these words and put it on a T-shirt. I mean,
it is finished.
And sell it. Well, it's a good business point for anyone.
Yes.
Anyone could. Maybe you are watching.
You probably have to pay me for consultancy because I gave you the idea anyway. So.
Maybe we could do that ourselves, though.
Yes. Congratulations, sir. It is finished.
Congratulations, sir. It is finished.
But I mean, it's
we went from it is possible to it is finished.
Yes.
That's Sami Jemfi on the podium there.
The National
I'm
Communications
sure he's
Officer
just
for the NDC.
checking that everything is set for John Dramani Mahama to come and address the country. Now, look, like Mauli has said, from this very moment, the security of John Dramani Mahama is going to change.
It's emotional already.
He is president-elect. He is almost in the office.
Yes.
So anyone who used to be around him and feels that things will not be the same any longer.
Yes.
Because this is your president-elect. Just as much as we protect Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the same protection will go to him. In fact, maybe even more, because the attention is going to be moving soon. So that's the thing.
And even beyond that, even security briefings. I'm sure John Dramani Mahama will be.
Yeah, between now, because that's what
receiving, because now the transition process has begun. So ordinarily, with every new president that comes in, I think I don't know how I lost, but I think you are entitled to some level of security briefing. So
Yeah.
whatever the outgoing president is receiving in terms of security briefings, as president, as the incoming president, you also be receiving that level. So the status is going to be changing in a few days to come. Like I said, they're going to be having another famous meeting again from 2016. I'm sure the pictures will come out. We'll bring everyone an update on GhanaWeb.com once that meeting takes place, and as well, we'll definitely report that. And then just to make sure that everyone is participating. I'm very interested to know how that meeting is going to pass.
Yeah.
And I say that because the utterances from President Akufo-Addo, particularly on this campaign trail,
Yes.
to
Some of
John
those
Dramani
things,
Mahama, and the back and forth, particularly in the last last 2-3 months of the election, it hasn't been great. You can tell that, although it's politics, it seems like someone has struck someone's nerve at one point. I mean, what did John Mahama say? To the point that John Mahama was even making someone stammering.
Yes.
So you could tell that the campaign had reached that point where I need to do any and everything to get an edge over my opponent. And sometimes it mars the democracy, because I get it, it's politics and all of that. But, to have a current president and an outgoing president responding to each other on the campaign trail as though it was, it was personal. We had the president even say that, I don't want to hand over. I don't think you are the best person to hand over.
Yeah.
And I don't think that was. I don't think that was.
People he wouldn't hand over to someone who.
And it was even reflective of some of the appointees in government. They'll go on a campaign rally. They'll say all kinds of things. We won't hand over today, tomorrow. It wasn't great. This is a democracy that we are in. The people have, like I said, a referendum. It's a yes or a no. Will you accept?
That's all.
You understand? Will you accept? You understand? Dr. Bami has accepted.
Yeah.
John Dramani Mahama called him. My brother has called me. So it is peace. It is, everybody goes away with their small little gain or loss. You understand?
Yeah.
Will they meet again in the future? I'm sure, yes, definitely they will. You understand? These are people from the same northern region that we have. They know each other. They've been friends. They may not be friends in the public eye, but I'm sure behind the scenes.
Yeah.
Because even they both were at the National Peace Council where they signed the peace.
Yes,
Look at those beautiful pictures that came out. That is the beauty of the democracy. It's not an NDC or NPP thing. Because behind the scenes, all of these guys are friends. You understand?
We seem to be leaving one person out of all of this celebration. Lordina is returning as First Lady.
Another historic one. We've never had someone return as a First Lady in the history of this country.
Yes.
So John Mahama, like I said, Melania Trump is also returning as a First Lady for the second time again.
Yeah.
Well, Rollins was...
And he's going to hold the sword for the third time.
Exactly.
Rollins was there as president with Kunedu before even the democracy in 92.
Yes.
So maybe there's, in this current...
No, I'm talking about
this
the
current
Fourth Republic.
Current Republic, nothing like that. So we're having Lordina back as...
And that's going to be interesting. We're going to see how that plays, because Dr. Bawumia had a very good weapon in the second lady, Samira Bawumia. And she did really emphatically well on the campaign trail.
Always doing that, yes.
Samira Bawumia was literally in the strongholds, campaigning, like back to back to back to back. There were points where you could tell on social media that the NDC, guys on social media were feeling they were feeling the heat a bit, because they were wondering, what is the plot here? Like, what is at play? Because if you remember in 2016, that speech by Samira Bawumia, where was it? That final rally by the MPP and the speech by Samira Bawumia, some believe that effectively ended John Dramani Mahama's career. So when she was now deployed, you know, on the campaign trail, there was that anxiety. You know, so I think the first lady, second ladies, you know, are going to be playing a major role, particularly for Lordina Mahama. It will be very interesting to see what kind of first lady she will be this second time around.
We've talked about Lordina, we've talked about Nana Jane, Professor, and it's also the same time, we are within the same period when we have a Chief Justice who is a woman.
Yes.
We have the number of women.
The EC chairperson remains.
Well, the EC chairperson remains a woman. The number of vice chancellors of universities in this country who are women. Yes. The NCCE has a woman leading it. Look, it's a good time for women, and it will just be nice to see how all of these women work together when the new government eventually starts and the new administration gets to work. We see how all of these people come together to work.
I'm very interested to know. John Mahama says he's going to appoint about 60 ministers. I'm very keen to see how, because now he has to satisfy some people.
And you know, those ministers are also coming with their deputies.
Exactly.
So that means it's going to be 30 ministers with
but we are hoping, my personal opinion, we are hoping we don't get to see the thing where we have one ministry and we have two, three deputies. I don't think that helps our governance as well. Because I don't see the point of having one ministry and you have about 2, 3 deputies manning that ministry. I think 2 is enough. A minister and a deputy, it's enough.
So I think at the end of the day, it will be like 30 ministers with 30 deputies.
Yes.
Yeah.
So to sort of balance it out and perhaps merge some of the ministries, because we've had a lot of the ministries that are almost in different names but perform the similar functions. So we have like the transport ministry. We used to have the aviation ministry. Then there was a transport ministry. Then we have the roads, the roads ministry. Then we have the roads and highway authority. So it's like, okay, what exactly, why are we creating these portfolios for the same, you know? So I'm very interested to see how the John Mahama is going to compose his next government. But like I said, he's on the verge of having 2/3 of a majority in Parliament. Whoever they put forward for a ministerial appointment is a done deal. They'll easily be approved by the House. I'm sure there will be some opposition, but no. I mean, that opposition is actually not going to even pan out. They are going to have their way, the way they want. You know, so we'll have to wait and see how the next couple of days pans out for this government.
It's 7:13 now, and still the president-elect is not ready to address the supporters who have been waiting.
But they're all charged up. They're all there. They're waiting. I'm sure as long as the president-elect
But he gets 7 o'clock.
Well, as long as he delays, they'll wait for him. Look,
we're hoping this doesn't become a trend.
No.
Yeah, because
but like
give
I was
it
saying,
time.
you see, I was saying, this is not to actually say that it's anything to approve, but I'm saying that even at 7 o'clock, the people who are supposed to be there are there.
Already there.
Maybe it's just the whole 7 o'clock for people to arrive then. And then I'll address.
Like what I said, Ghana time. If you say it's 7.
The nation
at
7 p.m.
Well,
7 p.m. should be 7 p.m.
President-elect, I'm sure people are too excited to worry about how long he's delaying. It's you and
I
who are here waiting.
No, these things take time, you know, run it by security, do the makeup, you know, change their clothes. You know, they have to look more. They are back in the highest office of the land. I'm sure there'll have to be some behind the scenes. Makeup has to be done. You know, clothes have to be changed, look more presidential. Yeah, I mean, you know how John Mahama likes it.
And I'm saying this because, again, like you see what we talked about, security. I'm sure he's not just going to walk straight up onto that platform.
No, they have to.
So maybe a lot of these things are going on in the background before he shows up on that platform to actually. So these are the things you could never tell what's actually going on in the background. We're not making excuses for him though, but we're just saying that any of these things could be happening in the background.
Even the convoy he'll be moving will change.
He's in the office.
Yes. So
I don't.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. A lot
Elsie
more.
reported that he's there.
Is it? She said he hadn't arrived yet.
Okay, so that's the point. So again, like Molly's been saying, even how he's traveling there
Will change.
could change. Who's driving? Who?
Yeah.
Those kinds of
He'll
things.
probably
Because he's the nation's
He'll probably never
problem
go on
now.
a commercial flight for the next 4 years. He'll now he'll have access to the 001, which is the presidential jet. Yeah, and so he's going to have full access to that now. He's going to have full access to, national security and all of that. He's just, like it's in motion now. The transition is in place now. So basically everything that, gives him the advantage of being the president, he will now begin to have access. And I'm sure he's not, like these things are not familiar with him. That's what I'm saying. We are really, really hoping that, we'd have a much more, mature, because he's been away for a while.
Yes.
He's been away for a while. He's been away for what, 8 years?
8 years, yeah.
So we now have to, we will now be watching
8 years has given him ample time
what
to
kind of leader,
restructure,
exactly,
to project new ideas as to if this is going to help. So
and we have to hold them accountable.
Because you had 8 years to prepare.
Because beyond, like, we will have this thing after election, no campaign.
Yeah.
You understand? After election, no honeymoon.
Yeah.
Perhaps maybe the honeymoon is what, 100 days?
Well,
also, no?
I don't think with what Joe Mahama has listed in his 120-day contract with Ghanaians, he's going on any honeymoon at all. Because how would he honeymoon when he has set out a 120-day social contract
And
with Ghanaians?
he just has 4 years.
So
only has 4
I don't
years
think this is, he
to
might
make a
not have
difference.
mentioned it on the campaign trail,
Yeah.
but I'm sure he's getting right to work. He's getting to work.
But I think it's also very important. At the last rally, he looked so tired.
Is that not
I think the energy was like
Traveling
0.01%.
across those 16 regions
Even
of the
chanting
country.
his slogan is
Even Dr. Bamia, Dr. Bamia has been traveling for what?
Months.
The last 18 months, 2 years. I mean, even at a point, you could also tell that Dr. Bamia was looking very, tired.
and he had also lost
Having
weight.
to go to 276 constituencies, touching every single base. You may not touch every voter, but you need to be in certain places, certain vantage points where you are selling your message. I don't think being a president is as easy as some may make it seem. Because you could tell from John Mahama's, like his voice frail, his face tired. Even from the interview he had with the BBC, you could tell that this was a man that was tired.
Very tired.
And he's not going to get any rest, particularly after this declaration. The work begins today.
Yeah.
Like right now. Today is what? December 9th, 2024. Till what? December 2020. I don't know. I don't know when we're going to vote in 2028, right?
Yeah,
But
2028.
till whenever in December. The work of 4 years being in office, the comeback work, the resetting agenda that they've plotted in their manifesto, it begins today. So he's not going to have no honeymoon, no rest. He just has to, keep doing the work because the people have given you this overwhelming victory. Now it's time to deliver.
Expectations are high.
Let's talk. I want
More
to see
action.
more action. Because whatever verdict the people have given to you, it has to reflect in your mandate and how you lead the people. Because at the end of the day, governments are for the people, by the people.
Yeah.
Well, it's still a waiting period. We are waiting to see if we can, we'll pick that feed from John Mahama's office as he's been declared the president-elect for the 2024 polls. We'll just go on a short break.
Before we go on a short break, let's read some messages from X.
Okay.
NDC supporters are going all out with their celebrations right now, truly unstoppable. John Dramani Mahama stands tall as the Lion King. It is finished. Don't miss this. Okay, there's a video there. Congratulations, sir. It is finished. Jane Mensa 2024. It is finished here in Adabraka NDC office. John Mahama is next president of Ghana. It is finished. His Excellency John Germany Mahama in Utuf. Okay, there's a picture of them. We went from it is possible to it is finished. Okay, I think I already read that one. So a lot of congratulatory messages going out to our new president. From it is possible to it is finished. Yeah, so. Interesting, yeah.
All right. So I think that in the meantime,
while we wait for
look for reactions and while we wait for the president-elect to address us, we'll just take a quick break. We'll be back again. This is Election Desk, our coverage of the 2024 general elections here on GhanaWeb TV.
understand the processes. Let's allow them to do their work according to see what you said.
I see, Prof, I want to hear from you. When you look at the difference in votes between Dr. Mahama
So that's the office, or we're going to the office right now, of the President-elect John Dramani Mahama. What we have been anticipated is finally here. As you know, John Dramani Mahama is now President-elect. He has been announced as President-elect by the returning officer of the EC in Mensa, when he was there in the nation quite a while ago, telling us about the general elections this year. How of 11 million people voted. John Dramani Mahama had 6,000,000 with a percentage of 41. Have that plan. But we know that the president has arrived at the office now and he's going to speak to the nation. So that's what we're bringing you this afternoon. It's being addressed by the president-elect. This will be his first address to the nation after winning the 2024 general elections. And a lot of very interesting dynamics here because John Dramani Mahama is coming for the second term of his presidency as by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the sitting president, in that election that brought Akufo-Addo to the presidency. And one of his famous addresses in Parliament was that he would allow posterity to judge what he did for Ghana. This time, in 2024, even after trying again in 2020 and still was beaten, he's been able to win the elections with an overwhelming majority of votes in Parliament. This time, even 2 million plus votes, way more than what Akufo-Addo even won in 2016. So that's the record of John Dramani Mahama, and we'll hear from him shortly. Like I mentioned, it will be his first address to us as president-elect of Ghana. He will be president from January 7, 2025, all the way till we go back for our next major elections in 2028, December 7. So that's it. We're going to bring you those visuals from the office of the president-elect at Cantonment, and Elsie is there. She's a reporter stationed at the president's office. So again, John Dramani Mahama is president-elect, and he was followed by the MPP's Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, who is also the sitting vice president. He's actually already called him to concede. So we're waiting to hear from the president-elect and what he has for us. I initially mentioned that Nana Kwame Bediako of the New Force Movement is the man we can refer to as the number 3 now in Ghana. In 2020, it was, what's his name, Christian Kwabena of the Ghana Union Movement, who came in 3rd. This time, he's falling short of that. But this time, the 3rd place position is to Nana Kwame Bediako of the New Force Movement. He had 84,478 votes, representing 0.05%. You know, there have been some, we also complained about the total rejected ballots earlier. That's a total of 239,109. So we'll be switching over shortly to the office of the president-elect in Cantonment to hear what he has to say to the country, actually addressing us for the first time, what he'll be telling his party members, what he'll be telling his new set of representatives in Parliament. So far, as GhanaWeb has it, there are well over 180. There are well over let me just give you those figures, right? Over 100 so far we've tallied 114, but from other figures we've seen, the NDC has well over 170 seats in Parliament. Well over that. It could be more than that, actually, and they'll be forming the overwhelming majority in Parliament from the next Parliament. That'll be the 9th Parliament of Ghana, and this is also a 9th election. John Dramani Mahama will speak to us shortly from his office in Cantonment, and we'll also discuss how effectively, having been announced as president-elect, things will change for him. His security will be different. His accesses to whatever it is will be different. I'm sure even the water he drinks will be checked and checked again, because now he's president-elect. But we still have our president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, there. So he still will serve his tenure until January 7 when he hands over officially in that ceremony that will bring in John Dramani Mahama as the next president of Ghana. Again, we're going to hear from John Dramani Mahama shortly, and then we'll hear what he has to say to the country. We saw earlier pictures of him with his family when Jean Mensah was announcing that the results there. They were together in their home. He had all his children around him. He had his wife, Elodina Mahama, is going to return as First Lady. She was First Lady until January. She was First Lady until January 2017 when she was she handed over. I mean, when she and her husband actually left the scene as President and First Lady. So Lordina is going to return. We have a new Vice President, the first of its kind in the history of Ghana, a female Vice President as well. Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman also is featuring in this very unique government or governance or administration of John Dramani Mahama. And so, yeah, that's it. We'll hear from John Dramani Mahama, and that's what we've all been waiting for. I think it will be the last leg of everything today, after we've heard from Jean Mensah. And the last leg will be to hear from John Mahama. If perhaps maybe Akufo-Addo wants to address the country, we might pick that. But at least what we know is that we'll hear from John Mahama. And that would end most of the things that we'll do today. Every other thing will just be bringing you visuals and news from all that is happening from across the country. I am in studio with Mauli and Patricia. Mauli, I don't know if you've been mic'd, but now that we're waiting, it's just a few minutes for us to actually hear from John Mahama.
Yeah, just a few minutes. For now, I think we can see Sami Jemfi, the National Communications Officer of the NDC. I think that address is about to start shortly.
President John Dramani Mahama, Your Excellency, the Vice President-elect, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, all protocols duly observed. I believe that today is the day of President John Dramani Mahama, and there will be no space for long speeches at all. So I've just come here to thank all of you and thank the foot soldiers of this party, the branch executives of the party, the constituency executives of the party, regional executives of the party, and the national executives of the party, and by extension to all previous executives of the National Democratic Congress. As I said in Medina some 3 days ago, I believe that the party has never seen this level of total mobilization of its rank and file to fight and achieve a purpose. And at long last, the battle has ended, and the great elephant has been slaughtered mercilessly. But as we enjoy the victory, I want to specially mention for special commendation the technical staff of our headquarters who managed this election very, very successfully. I mean the directors of elections, the directors of IT, and all other persons who played a role in managing this election. Let me advise that we should be modest in our celebrations, because I can almost feel the weight of responsibility on our shoulders. Ghanaians have given us this mandate to accomplish the task of national reconstruction, and so nobody should tell us the weight of responsibility that we have. We cannot afford to disappoint them. So in the coming weeks, let us try and cut short our celebrations and begin planning seriously how to rescue our dear country. I thank you very much, and may God bless our homeland, Ghana, and make it great and strong. Thank you.
Thank you, General. A round of applause. A round of applause for the National Chairman. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Distinguished friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen, fellow Akatamansonians, it is now time for us to hear from our mother, a woman of substance, a woman of valor, the pride of the Ghanaian woman, a woman of great accomplishments, the first female vice president-elect of the Republic of Ghana, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. Let me hear your shout. Let me hear your shout. The women here, let me hear your shout. It's a great day for Ghanaian women. A great day for Ghanaian women. Yes. Yes. Our mother is here. Give it up to our mother again, Professor Nana Jane Opokwajeman.
What an interesting journey it has been. And you know, nobody sets out on a journey by herself or even by himself. It has been a very, very interesting one. And I want to thank all of you, those who are here, those who are not here. I want to thank all of them for their good wishes, for their prayers, for their contributions in many, many ways, and for bringing all of us to this site. All I have to say is thank you very much. Thank you very much for everything you have done. And whatever you did, as our chairman has said, the fun is over, the work is about to begin. And as we journey together, we need to realize that we have to move forward also together. Again, I want to thank you. My nomination has many, many implications. You know, normally, no one even expects you to err in any way. If this will happen, and we know it will happen, it means all of us are on board. The victory is for all of us, but especially for our daughters, for our youth, for our women. Sorry I have to appear in a mask because I have a very, very bad cold. But the cold will disappear too. I know this is a big responsibility, and I don't intend to travel this journey by myself. You are all part of it. NDC is an inclusive party, and we are demonstrating it in many ways. My job was to have opened the door, and it doesn't end there. Actually, that is where the work began. I will hold the door open. The method of opening the door, the method of holding the door open so others wish to travel that door is what I'm implying. It is not a self-aggrandizing position. It is a position that empowers others. This country is not going to be built only by half the gender. They know very well, whether we are in the public space or not, the roles we play. And we have accepted as NDC to facilitate the process. I'm counting on all of you, that you all come along, you all work hard in your various spaces, and finally, that we put smiles on people who either have no access or who are not very respected. I thank you again and again, and I know, thank you for the comments. I wish blessings on our country. I wish blessings on our children, those who are here and those yet to be born. I wish blessings on those who are here and their future. And I believe that the meaning of blessing is to be good to another person. Thank you very, very much.
You can do better than that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Shall we all remain silent at this stage? We've gotten to the moment we've all been waiting for. We've gotten to the moment we've all been waiting for. We've gotten to the moment we've all been waiting for. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, is a man who has served this nation throughout his life. A man who served as president of the Republic of Ghana between 2012 and 2016. He was voted out, and some said he could not be president again. Some even mocked him and said he is the only person to have become a one-term president. But ladies and gentlemen, today the Lord who crowned kings has given him the presidency again. And the stone that the builders rejected has become the chief cornerstone. It is the doing of the Lord, and it is marvelous in our sight. We call him the nation builder, and this nation builder will lead all of us to build the Ghana we want together. Ladies and gentlemen, with a standing ovation and shouts of joy, make welcome to the microphone our father, the flag bearer and the leader of the great NDC, the president-elect of the people of Ghana, the president-elect of the Republic of Ghana. And by the grace of God, he will be sworn in as the 6th president of the Republic of Ghana. His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, let me see your hand. His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, His Excellency, John Dramani Mahama, the President-elect of the Republic of Ghana, the 6th President of the Republic of Ghana incoming. His Excellency is accompanied by the incoming First Lady, our mother, Her Excellency Lordina Mahama.
Thank you. Thank you. Our best days are ahead of us. My brothers and sisters, a while ago, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission of Ghana, Madame Jean Mensah, declared me the winner of the 2024 presidential election. I give thanks and praise to the Almighty God, because this successful outcome can only be the doing of the Lord. I'd like to thank the Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, for his statesmanship in conceding the election long before the declaration of the results by the Electoral Commission. This concession largely diffused the tensions that are characteristic of high-stakes elections such as this. I also just received a call from His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He graciously extended his congratulations to me, and we had the opportunity to discuss matters related to the joint transitional team. We agreed on an early inauguration of the joint transitional team as early as Wednesday, the 11th of December. I conveyed my sincerest regards to him and expressed my readiness for us to work together to ensure a smooth transition in the best interest of the Ghanaian people. The results of this election, as declared today by the Electoral Commissioner, show that the National Democratic Congress, with me, John Dramani Mahama, as leader, has just chalked one of the most emphatic victories in the electoral history of the Fourth Republic. We have therefore been bestowed with a very outstanding mandate by the good people of Ghana. I'm deeply honored and humbled to receive such an overwhelming endorsement from the Ghanaian people. And I wish to thank all who made this possible by going out to vote for me. I thank all Ghanaians, both at home and abroad, for your continued belief in our democracy, despite the severe crisis our nation is going through. I also congratulate our parliamentary candidates who have also swept the electoral landscape with a very resounding victory. I have a legion of thanks to give for this emphatic electoral success. And let me begin again by thanking the Almighty God, the creator of heaven and earth, for protecting and preserving us through this whole campaign period. And to paraphrase the psalmist, I also give thanks to God for preparing a table before me Obviously, you are all very acquainted with this Bible verse. I also give thanks to God for preparing a table before me in the presence of my enemies. And for anointing my head with oil. And making my cup run over. I next have to give my thanks to my wife Lodina, and my family, my children, my siblings, and all my extended family for standing by me through all these difficult times when victory and success appeared elusive and out of sight. On these gloomy occasions, you have all come through and offered me the encouragement to keep soldiering on. I'd like to thank the Vice President-elect, Professor Jane Nana Opoku-Agyeman, for being an exemplary and inspirational running mate. Nana, your decency, your humility, and your sense of responsibility added so much to this campaign. The eyes of every young girl and woman, not only in Ghana, but in nations across this continent and the world, are going to be on you from today. And as you said, You have not only opened the door, but you're going to keep the door open for many other women. Your name has become synonymous with breaking boundaries. And like I said, you have opened the door of opportunity for many of our female citizens. Because of you, the people of Ghana can today celebrate the fact that we have made history by electing our first woman as vice president. I must also thank my very loyal and dedicated staff who have been with me over the last 8 years in opposition for the sacrifice and hard work they have put into this endeavor. To my campaign team members, to our party agents, and the countless volunteers who spent uncountable hours day and night working to secure this victory, I cannot thank you enough. To our Council of Elders, the gallant leadership of the National Democratic Congress, led by Chairman Johnson Asiedun Ketia, our able General Secretary Fifi Fiavikwete, and our general membership, I'm deeply grateful for your dedication and commitment to this cause and your willingness to give everything to ensure success in this election. To all the religious leaders who prayed for me, and there are too many to mention, at the appropriate time I'll acknowledge them individually. To all the religious leaders who prayed for me, to all the prophets who prophesied my victory, to all the civil society organizations and professional groups we consulted in building our message, to all our traditional leaders who warmly received me in your palaces during the campaign, to all our security personnel across the country, and to the media, to you all I say a big thank you. To Mrs. Jean Mensah and her staff of the Electoral Commission, the IGP and his Elections Security Task Force, our international observers, and all who have contributed to a very successful election, I convey to you the warmest wishes of a grateful nation. For all its historic undertones, this mandate represents many things for all political actors and those who seek to lead our nation. It shows that the Ghanaian people have little tolerance for bad governance, particularly of the sort witnessed in the last 8 years, and that they are willing to take decisive action at critical moments when it matters most. These 8 years have witnessed some of the darkest periods of our governance. The crisis our beloved country has been through these last several years have left a scar on our national psyche, which may take some time to erase. This mandate also serves as a constant reminder of what fate awaits us if we fail to meet the aspirations of our people and govern with arrogance. My brothers and sisters, there is much to do to salvage our country and reset it. It would have to start with a reset of the relationship between citizens and elected officials. We must never forget that the people of Ghana have chosen us to represent their wishes and their best interest. It is the reason we would be initiating important governance reforms and sometimes initiate severe measures in the next 4 years to reset our nation and bring it back on track as the Black Star of Africa. The journey is not going to be easy, my brothers and sisters, because the outgoing government has plunged our dear nation into an abyss. However, we are determined to work together with you to build the Ghana we want. And I am certain that we shall win the battle. We intend to work together to restore the shattered confidence in our politics and governance system. This election and its outcome represents an opportunity for a new beginning as we can begin to write a new chapter of our collective story. We need to consciously set the tone for the new direction in which we'll be traveling. My brothers and sisters, I want those words, my brothers and sisters, to be a reminder to all of you, a reminder to me, and to every individual who has just been elected or re-elected, that no matter what office you hold, no matter what your political affiliation is or has been in the past, the one thing we share in common is the nation Ghana. And it is that we want a much better Ghana. We want a Ghana that works for everybody and not just a few people. We want a Ghana that considers the well-being of all her citizens and affords them each the ability to live a life of dignity, a life of limitless opportunity. My brothers and sisters, from the Kaya Yo to the managing director, to the market women, the bankers, the teachers, security personnel, nurses, doctors, the pastors, the drivers, the tailors and seamstresses, we are all essential to the functioning and forward motion of this country. We, the people of this soil, sons and daughters, brothers and sisters, are in fact our nation's greatest resource. This country, this land, is not for one person, or for one family, or for one tribe or ethnic group. This country, this beautiful, resilient, and resource-rich country that we so love, Ghana, is for all of us. This is our home, but it is not enough to just be born here and to die here. We must also be able to live here with satisfaction. We must be able to love, to dream, to laugh, to eat and dance and drum and share all aspects of our culture that was handed to us by our ancestors. And to do that, we must create sustainable and well-paying jobs through the 24-hour economy initiative. Our most basic needs must be met. Affordable housing and health care, food and clean water, safe work and fair wages. My brothers and sisters, it is with tremendous humility that I accept this clear mandate that you, the good people of Ghana, have given me to lead this great nation as your next president. Every vote that was cast in this election carried the same weight. every vote also carried a hope in the future of our country. I promise you that I will assemble and lead a government that will carry the weight of those hopes and dreams, whether you voted for me or not, because every victory is a victory for the people, all of the people. Each time we have free and fair elections and then conduct a smooth transfer of power, it reaffirms that our history of leadership and trailblazing was not an aberration. It is not by accident that we were the first nation in Black Africa to win our independence from colonial rule. It is not by accident that the first black person to serve as UN Secretary General, the late Kofi Annan, was a Ghanaian. It is not by accident that so many Ghanaians out there in the world are blazing new trails and being recognized as leaders in their industry. Despite being a relatively small nation, Ghana has been and will continue to be a mighty force on the world stage. We're a proud people and have every reason to be. When Ghana rises, we all stand tall with her, and Africa rises with us too. Last but certainly not the least, I'd like to thank you, the good people of Ghana, for this opportunity once more. I know that many of you are feeling frustrated and angry, but I ask you today, please do not give in to negativity and pessimism. There have been reports of acts of vandalism at some government facilities and installations. I urge you not to vent your frustration in criminal enterprise. We must channel our anger and frustration into the positive enterprise of resetting and rebuilding our nation. Let us be brief in our celebration, for the weight of office will be an onerous one. Expectations of Ghanaians are very high, and we cannot afford to fail them. Let us maintain and even magnify this joy and positivity that we feel. We have arrived at this moment because so many of you believed that change was possible. And now we know that not only is change possible, but it is also already in process. Let us continue to believe that we are already moving towards the Ghana we want, the Ghana of our hopes and dreams. And in this Ghana where we have turned a new chapter and are setting a new tone, our best days are not behind us. My brothers and sisters, our best days are ahead of us. Forward ever, backwards never. May God bless you, and may God continue to bless our homeland Ghana. Thank you very much. God bless all of you.
Give it up, give it up, give it up to His Excellency. One love, one love, one love. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the leader Ghana needs and the leader Ghanaians have voted for. Another round of applause for the sixth president-elect of the Republic of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, we want to, on behalf of the leadership of the NDC, thank our friends from the media. Comrades, join me to give a rousing round of applause for all our friends from the media who are here. Let's clap for the media. We thank you for your partnership. We thank you for your collaboration. We thank you for your patriotism. You've been with us throughout this electoral process, and for that we say thank you. God bless you. And for those of you who were able to come here, thank you. I think you all deserve a round of applause for yourselves. Thank you so much. And at this stage, please, Vuvuzelas, remain quiet. We also want to thank the IGP, the Election Security Task Force, and all the noble men and women in uniform for the yeoman's job they have done. But ladies and gentlemen, at this critical stage, I want all of you to remain silent. All of us, let's remain silent. Let's rise to our feet. His Excellency, all dignitaries, let's rise to our feet and observe a minute silence for all our fallen comrades. All comrades who we lost in this struggle from 2020 to this 2024 election. A minute silence. May the soul of the departed rest in perfect peace. We conclude with Aseda by Nasi, even as the president-elect takes leave of us. For those of you who want to party, His Excellency has given you the right to party, but he has told us to be very brief and to be very responsible. DJ, let the music flow. Aseda by Nasi. Thank you so much. God bless you. Thank you.
Mention a few of the things that he said. He mentioned that our best days are ahead of us. He also mentioned how Dr. Mahmoud Baumia had called him to concede, and this he said he commended because the timeliness was just what it was. He also spoke about how the sitting president, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has called him. The president called him and he said he graciously extended his congratulations to him. And in their discussions, they agreed on having an early inauguration of the transitional team, hopefully by Wednesday. So that's 2 days away, so that work can start in earnest ahead of the transition. I also talked about how the president actually thanked his wife, thanked the vice president-elect as well. A number of things, talked about how the journey is not going to be easy, but they are determined to work with Ghanaians and certain that the battle will be lost, will be won actually. Quite a number of things. Guys, so that's the president speaking there. What do you make of his address?
I think it was okay. It was good. For the most part, at least for a start. I think they've been campaigning for what? Literally the whole year. So I'm sure this is one that will sort of, culminate all the campaigning and everything that they've done. But like I said, we're hoping to get a much more mature John Mahama. I'm sure. I think we got that, rallying the entire country behind, even pointing out the statesmanship of Dr. Bawumia as well as President Akufo-Addo also, calling him to congratulate him and then begin the transition process, which is on Wednesday. So they're going to be meeting on Wednesday, and then they'll take it from there. I'm sure that they'll set up the transition team, so both teams will be communicating with each other from Wednesday up until January 7th, 2025, where it's going to be the inauguration day as well. But we're going to have the swearing in Parliament at dawn before the inauguration also takes place. So so far we have 267 called so far. We have a few more seats, about 9 more seats.
267, yeah.
Yes, 267. So we have about 9 more seats, and then we'll know the whole composition of the election and what the final percentage is.
But Patricia, you also, what was the take from that address by the president-elect?
And this is where we wrap up. We'd like to thank the whole production team. Abrantepa, Kwame, Dokas, our lead producer, Gifty, Kofi Banana.
Kofi what?
Kofi Banana, he's always been called. I know it's Banahene, but we're always teasing Kofi Banana.
Oh, that's a murder.
Emmanuel. Our boss, Abrantepa, Mauli, Eche.
Everyone, I want to say thank you to our full team, everyone.
All the production
to
team.
Stella, to Tina,
yeah,
to
everyone else.
Thank you, led by Dennis,
Makeup,
everyone.
Francis, all the videographers.
There are a lot of names.
Francis, Richard, Hazel,
Perez,
Perez.
Everybody would like to say a big thank you
Perez
for being with
has done
us for the past
well.
3 days.
And our director who's been shouting at
yes, without, we can't go here without thanking our guy at the top.
Our guy at the top.
Mr. David Enchi and Mr. Edward Smith.
Yes, Odogu.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
for the opportunity and everything. Thank you.
Well, that's our wrap. Thank you for joining us on Election Desk.
I didn't mention my name.
Allow her to mention her name.
I mentioned everybody's name. You didn't mention.
So that's our wrap here on Election Desk on GhanaWeb TV. Thank you for staying with us. Thank you for your loyalty, staying with us throughout this period from Saturday all the way to this very moment. But we have a new president. Until another time.
My name is Patricia Roxton Hammond. See you same time tomorrow.
Bye, guys.
Don't forget to always to follow us.
Yeah.
Subscribe to our channel, like our videos, and share. Until then, have a blessed day.
Bye-bye.
Bye.